Mi senti? Provo su? Gelato su.
Take a seat. Good morning, everybody. My name is and I want to warmly welcome you all at the Tata Center on behalf of the University of Naples Federico II in the person of Professor Matteo Lorito, which is pleased to hold here at Cornell Tech in New York a two-day symposium in celebration of the 800th anniversary of the institution. The University of Naples, one of the oldest in Europe, was the first Athenaeum in Italy to be founded by imperial edict. Specifically, it was Frederick II of Svevia, known as Stupor Mundi, who on June 5th, 1224, took steps to ensure that his subjects did not have to endure long and expensive journeys to study. The difference with the Athenaeums founded by spontaneous popular movement is that the University of Naples was born with the declared intention of training the ruling classes of the future. Today, with a student population of more than 80,000 and a faculty of 3,500 members and 5,000 junior professors, the University Federico II remains one of the strongest institutions in Europe. Before the introduction of the program that will see the scientific and business community gathered, I want to welcome the Consul General of Italy in New York, Fabrizio Di Michele, the Rector of the University of Naples, Federico II, Professor Matteo Lorito, along with Professor Greg Morissette, the Dean of Cornell Tech, and the Director of the Italian Cultural Institute in New York, Professor Fabio Finotti. Welcome. I would like to invite, before we start with the program, the agenda.
Buongiorno a tutti, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be back here at Cornell Tech, and notably at the Italian Academic Center. And I want first of all to thank the Dean, Greg Morissette, for being here with us, and of course il magnifico Rettore, Professor Lorito, for having promoted this very important initiatives. When you look at actually the agenda today, it's very impressive. Today and tomorrow, because of the concentration of brains from Naples and from the United States, mostly Italian brains, which is not surprising for me, being here at Consul General of Italy, and above all, for the thrust of this initiative, which is not really about celebrating, which we of course are, the 800 years of Federico II of Naples, but it's above all to look beyond, look ahead, and probably there's no better place than New York City, and notably the Tata Innovation Center in the so-called vertical alley to do this. And of course, when we think about Naples, the University Federico II, it comes to our mind, first of all, the fact that it was the first public university in history 800 years ago, and coming to nowadays, it's probably the university with the highest concentration of departments of excellence in Italy, which means that they are getting specific ad hoc finance funding by our Ministry of Education. And when you look at the faculties and you see different engineering, architecture, chemical sciences, of course there are humanistic excellences as well, but you have to realize the potential of our capabilities in terms of projections towards the United States. I think this is the biggest challenge that we have encountered here, and me as a Consul General. On one side, to realize, take stock of the quality of our researchers, of our PhD students, of all the Italians who come here, and some are here among us today, and they excel in their disciplines, and some of them succeed also in business. And on the other side, let's say the difficulty that still is lingering in Italy to connect our talents to the to business and our research to let's say innovation applied to the job markets. And there we have a lot to learn from the United States, and there is a lot going on. I have to say our startup ecosystem has been very dynamic in Italy, but since it's been starting later than others, we are still lagging behind, not only France and Germany, but even Spain. That's why the initiative taken by University Federico II, together with University Bologna and La Sapienza of Rome, to create in 2019 the Italian Academic Center, to me was very strategic and visionary, because they realized that this was the place to be, not only to promote, to foster closer dialogue between the academic communities, which has bilaterally between a university lots of tradition for each of these universities, but above all, exactly to try and penetrate the New York ecosystem of business and startups and innovation. In this regard, the University of Naples, Federico II, has been strengthening its performance, and actually, if you look at its activities with different foreign Italian big tech companies, including the fact that they are hosting the CISCO and Apple academies, you can tell the dynamism which is there and how we are trying to tap this potential. But based on my experience and you know, talking to lots of people, Italians and not of the New York ecosystem, I still believe that we need to be able to bring here our companies, our startups, our startuppers, to learn how to do business and research together. So in this regard, I think this initiative is very strategic, and I'll be back tomorrow also because of the other very interesting meetings which will take place, but I don't want to talk too long. I want to just thank all of you for being here and stress the fact that the University of Naples, as well as all the other interlocutors, can count on the Consulate General and the other Italian institutions in New York City to try and promote even further our technological innovation, industrial capabilities, and above all our talents. Our talents that we do know in Italy, which by the way are quite low cost when you compare it with other countries, are one of the best resources we have. And on them we have really to invest even more. Grazie, grazie a tutti.
Thank you, Console, and I would like to call now the Dean of Cornell Tech. It's Greg Morissette, please.
Good morning and welcome. If I don't get my iPad set up, then I will be lost. Welcome to the Cornell Tech campus. I'm Greg Morissette. I'm the Dean and Vice Provost here, so I oversee the Cornell Tech campus, which is not quite as old as Federico II. We're 12 years old as opposed to 800 years old, but have many things in common, as I'm learning. For example, most people don't realize that just like Federico II, Cornell is actually a state-sponsored school. It's the only one in the Ivy League that is gets money from, in this case, New York State, but primarily to support schools like the School of Agriculture and Life Sciences, as well as the School of Industrial and Labor Relations. So there is that in common. Of course, there's a long history of innovation at Cornell. It was founded in only 150 years ago, so it's also quite young compared to you folks. But 150 years ago, I found this quote actually from Ezra Cornell that he said, "I would found a university where any student could find instruction in any study." And that egalitarian mindset was actually quite revolutionary at the time in the US, where most places of higher ed were focused on the sciences, on language and so forth, but not on, for example, fields such as engineering or agriculture, which really affected the common man. And I found a quote actually from Frederick II. He said, when Naples was founded, "We therefore decree that in the most delightful city of Naples, arts shall be taught and studies cultivated in connection with every profession." So it's the same phrase, essentially. Every study should be covered by a higher ed institution. So Cornell Tech, for those of you who don't know it, was founded during the economic crisis of 2008-2009. New York City was looking to diversify its economic base. It was too dependent upon finance as a field of business in the city. When Mayor Bloomberg at the time decided to launch a competition to bring another engineering and applied science campus to New York City. Now, there are excellent engineering schools and applied science campuses in New York already. We have some like up island at Columbia or NYU, for example. In fact, there are 100 institutions of higher learning in New York City alone. But there was a real sense that we didn't have the same kind of verve, if you will, around creating startups and doing the transfer of technology to business that you would find in places like California. So there was a real push by that administration to set up a new campus that was focused on exactly that. So today, we started with, I should say, 3 faculty and 7 students. Today, we're about 700 students and 45 faculty, and we span fields from computer science and electrical engineering to things like business and law. And this campus in particular is focused on AI, everything to do with AI. So it's not too surprising we got started about the same time that deep learning took off, and the sort of revolutions that we see with something like ChatGPT today were seen as coming down the road, so we were able to invest in and build a campus that's focused on that. But we also try to instill an entrepreneurial mindset in all of our students, and as a result, we've launched about 109 companies in the 12 years that we've been in operation, about 10 a year. And in fact, there are 10 more companies that are incubating in this building right now. So every year we try to launch about 10 companies. What's interesting is 95% of those companies have stayed here in New York City to help build the tech ecosystem here. Now, even so, that's a drop in the bucket because things have changed dramatically in New York in the last 10 years. For example, there are more people working in the tech industry in New York City than in finance now, which is somewhat surprising to most people. There are about 25,000 startups incubating in New York City alone, and there are more than 100 incubators to support those things. But it's really the universities and the fundamental research that goes on here that provides the basis and the engine for that kind of growth and excitement. And so I'm very delighted to have the 3 universities from Italy represented here on this campus to partner and think about collaboration for how to bring companies to the New York City market, but also what we can learn and bring back to Italy. And so I'm very grateful for this event and this celebration of the 800 years of your wonderful university. Welcome.
And now I would like to invite up to the stage Professor Fabio Finotti, the director of the Italian Cultural Institute here in New York City. Please welcome.
Thank you. I think that this is a great occasion for a new meeting between future and the past, technology and history. In 1224, Frederick II laid the cornerstone for one of humanity's greatest institution of learning, the University of Naples. And I would like to, it's true that it's the first public university in Italy. But Frederick II founded the university not only as a place to educate civil servants, but as a beacon of free thought, open to all regardless of their religious and cultural backgrounds. This was a radical departure from the norm of a medieval world and a profound testament to the emperor's progressive spirit. And this is also, I think, the horizon we have to look and to have in front of us. There is also another idea that I'd like to stress, the idea of bridging the gap between scholarship and governance, art and science, and East and West. So it's symbolic the fact that there is this movement between Naples, New York, Manhattan, and Roosevelt Island. University is movement, is a sort of meeting of people and of ideas. Buon lavoro a tutti.
Grazie. Thank you very much, and now I would like to invite onto the stage il magnifico rettore, Professor Federico.
Good morning everyone. We finally made it. Professor Ventre, congratulations and Professor Morra for having these things to happen. I would say it took to us about 5 years to get here. Colombo did it in 3 months. But after 5 years, we finally are here, and as I said to, like Maury said, thank you for your welcome. We're here to stay. We're here to stay because we believe strongly in this opportunity. And there are several reasons for that. I don't want to go too much into it. I just like to say that for us it's really a special occasion. Many people talk about making internationalized universities. In fact, we do. But having this possibility to stay here in New York and connect with Cornell Tech and with the city of New York, maybe, for us it's a really special thing. It's a strategic choice. We wanted to do this in our 800 celebration. 800 years, just to give an idea, is something like 30 generations of people. 800 years ago, Federico II wanted his own university. I always said that this university was the university of the Holy Roman Empire. He was the Holy Roman Emperor. It was the first university established by a decree by the state. By the time there were other proto-university of studium starting, and I don't know if Luciano Floridi will tell us a little bit about that, but Federico wanted something completely different. Professors were paid by the state, incredible to say. We're in the middle age. Students may have a loan to study, and most of the students could become nobody by studying by knowledge. This is the key, the great revolution of Federico II. And we tried these many years to keep going with these ideas. And today we're here in New York because we believe, and for this I need really to thank our General Counsel Fabrizio De Michele for all the help and you've done for this occasion, but also what we can do later on. And also say hi to Fabio Finotti for for helping Italian culture to stay well in this particular place, very particular place for us. I see on my back a body of water with a bridge. We building this bridge for us. This for us, that's what means the day today. Building the bridge, and we hope that I was talking to the dean. We hope that from today we can put together the sorts of let's say program. We start with an agreement. We start whatever we want. Sorts of program, because we believe there is a lot that Federico II could do for Cornell Tech and for the city of New York, and vice versa, of course, because New York and Naples are two big cities. New York is a bit bigger than Naples, but problems are quite similar, and we strongly believe this is another issue of our university. The university has to get involved with the community, strongly involved. And we probably in Italy at the university are more involved in the community. We have 30 sites. I will give you now a short presentation of our university. We have many sites, and we really work with our feet on the ground. As a matter of fact, we don't have one single huge campus. We have many campuses spread through the Campania region. So let me start with the presentation. We have a very interesting program, but I think we should start looking at presenting to our international friends what we are and how we get to the point today where we can start to look at the future. As I said, we are the main characteristic that I try to explain to the people they come to Naples and ask about our university is that we are a university where you can learn almost anything you want. We don't have a polytechnical school. We don't have a medical school. Everything is, we have school, of course, in the university. Everything is in our university. And we used to say that in Italy, which is of course, a very old and important university nation, in Italy, we are probably the only big university operating in a metropolitan area, so in a large area that contains inside all the possible disciplines that you can think about, which makes the life of a rector very difficult. Of course, very complicated, but it's very stimulating. I'd like to show you the first movie. We have a couple of small movies.
Desideriamo che in ogni parte del nostro regno molti diventino savi e accorti, attingendo alla fonte delle scienze e a un vivaio di saperi. Disponiamo perciò che nella benissima città di Napoli vengano insegnate le arti e coltivati gli studi connessi con ogni disciplina, così che i dicioni e gli affamati di sapere trovino nel nostro regno di che soddisfare i propri desideri e non siano costretti per ricercare la conoscenza a peregrinare e a mendicare in terra straniera. E intendiamo così provvedere al bene di questo nostro Stato, mentre con la grazia del nostro speciale affetto curiamo i vantaggi dei sudditi, i quali, come si conviene, resi edotti, possano essere animati da una bellissima speranza ed attendere con spirito pronto molti beni. Dunque siano felici e pronti agli insegnamenti gli scolari che desiderano a essi essere incitati. A loro procuriamo ogni cosa utile, offriamo buone condizioni, riserviamo illustri maestri, promettiamo beni e a quelli che ci sembreranno degni offriremo premi. Vi promettiamo di rispettare le condizioni proposte, di onorare le vostre persone e di ordinare universalmente che da tutti siate onorati.
Io sono Federico.
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 Okay, thank you. As you see, as you have seen, basically the famous letter of Federico, for which Greg you will find some quote that more or less, similar to what of Ezra Cornell, is actually a promise, and that's what we did in this 800-year celebration. We renewed the promise that was done to the students in 1224. Our university is a long history, too long to tell in few minutes. Maybe tomorrow I'll dedicate a little bit more time to tell how the story of our university actually was parallel to the story of Naples. Naples, by the way, will celebrate next year 2,500 years since its foundation. So a really long story, but we had some very important people actually walk through our alley. They teach, or they learn at our university. You see some of the names here: Pio della Vigna, Tommaso Taddeo da Sessa, San Thomas, Tommaso d'Aquino, Petrarca, Boccaccio, Giordano Bruno, and so on, and all the way to Mercalli, Nobile, Moscati, Gardarelli, but also, as we always say to our friends in Italy, we are the only university in Italy that has laureati 3 Presidents of the Republic. In particular, Enrico De Nicola, who signed our Constitution, and Giovanni Leone and Giorgio Napolitano. We are the only one at the moment. We're looking for the 4th president among our students, and hopefully will be a president, a female president. It will be very interesting. So, and then we had this celebration. During the celebration, which was of course, very, very important. You see the robe that I had to wear during the celebration. But we had the President Mattarella came actually to visit 2 sites. It was quite exceptional. And during the celebration, we renewed the promise and we looked ahead. And that's why we are here in New York, because we looked at the next 800 years. We even made a little exercise. How will be Federico II in 800 years? Can you imagine what will be the university in 800 years? It's impossible to imagine, really. Things are going so fast. And so this is our spirit, and I think, we enrich our site with many installations, some of them with our quote, ad scienziarum mastrum et seminarium doctrinarum, which means in English, the source of science and the seminar of knowledge, or seedbed of knowledge, something like that. And I think there is another little movie, very, very short, I want to show you.
L'università non è un luogo qualunque, soprattutto non è un luogo.
È un momento speciale.
Un saluto particolarmente intenso alle studentesse e agli studenti di questa università.
Federico II era tutto. Città di Napoli celebra gli 800 anni dalla sua fondazione.
La vostra presenza così numerosa, così ampia.
Dovremmo essere la possibilità di ripartire.
Thanks to study.
Grazie a voi, soprattutto perché non sarebbe stato possibile.
800 anni.
Tantissimi auguri Federico.
8 secoli di storia, circa 80.000 studenti.
800 anni fa questa università nasce da un'intuizione, da un'idea, e non è un caso che Napoli e la Federico II stiano andando di pari passo da così tanti secoli.
Okay, thank you. So, for this celebration, we had really many visitors, important visitors. One of the most touching moments when President Mattarella entered the room and Andrea Bocelli live, present there, sing our national anthem. That was something really touching. Never happened for any other university, something like that. But we also had some also celebrative activity. We actually presented a movie and it was accepted at the Venice Festival, movie festival. called Stupor Mundi, and also the National Mint actually printed a really special coin for us because of the 800 years. We are a secular and comprehensive public university which actually works in very much into Naples. So we really, in a certain way, we also help to preserve UNESCO World Heritage Site as well. And this is really another mission that we keep going and we keep using. Let me show you some facts, some numbers. We have divided in 4 schools: agricultural science and veterinary medicine, medicine and surgery, polytechnic and basic science, human and social sciences. The president of these 4 schools are actually here. And our number is about, we have 26 departments, 12 of them are excellence departments. So say it's an Italian recognition given by the ministry. And with about 80,000 students, we have reached almost 3,200 professors at the moment, and 2,500 administrative staff. If you put all this together, students, professors, administrative staff, and also all the people that work with us in terms of bursary, assegni di ricerca, and so on, we're talking about a community of about 100,000 people. It's like a small city, a medium city. Our offer is very rich, even too rich in certain way, because there's a lot of work to keep this keep going. We are about 200 courses, study courses with a degree, could be 3 years or 2 years. But if you put together this plus PhD courses, academies, specialization courses, and so on, we offer about 350 courses. So in other words, students can really find in the university teaching and courses at different levels in almost in any disciplines that you can think about it. 90 of these courses are taught completely in English, and this is very important, of course, for our international students. I'm not going to read it, but there are many, you see, from biology to civil environmental engineering, to livestock, to economics, medicine, and so on. 12 are actually dual degree, means the students actually receive a degree on both university, us and the foreign university. One of them, for instance, is also with a university in Palestine. And we have 5 international degree courses that are totally international. So we join an international group of universities that provide a degree. Our foreign students are about 2,000 at the moment. 800 are around the one involved in the Erasmus program. 68 PhD programs with about 2,200 PhD students with a good balance, I would say, between men and women. We're working on a balance, on a gender balance. It's not easy because, of course, in traditionally Italian university don't have a good gender balance. But I personally did my little contribution because the first time in 800 years I nominate a vice director female, a woman. Then you have seen actually her in the movie. So we're trying to also to go in that direction. Well, we have 13 academies. Academies are sorts of postgraduate study courses, very flexible. They can last from 6 months to 19 months. It normally is done together with a big company or with almost quite more or less specific vertical, I would say, topics. And from normally, let's say, from 35 to 40 students to 350 students. And of course, the placement for these students is 100%. So normally, it's the company that actually accompanies us in the academy that absorb students or help the students to find a job, but these students are normally very easily absorbed by the job market. There are many, like Pharmatech Academy, for instance, is very new, but there are many different ones. And there are more that we want to do it. We have very strong on inclusion. We have a sentence called Synapsi. Synapsi helps the students to get through the program. When we have 80,000 students, statistically, we have students that have problems. They cannot study, they cannot go on their course, they have uncertainty and so on. So consider Synapsis has helped in 15 years about 5,000 students so far. So they can contact the Synapsis Center, even a friend can contact the Synapsis Center, say, look, there is this friend of mine that I see is not doing well, can we help you? We have other initiatives like our Polo Universitario Penitenziario. We have a pole in a very large jail, which is close by, basically Naples, close by Naples, and there we have 11 degree courses. And last year we had the first people that get a degree on that. And you can tell the satisfaction, the joy of these people that came out of jail with a degree in their pocket. Change completely perspective of the life. It's complicated. Our professors have to go inside the jail to teach. It's I would say high reclusion. So you go inside, you're going out. It's not so easy, but we are very proud of it. As well, we have a program for refugee and migrants. So we students that even come, you know, as a refugee or migrant can also enter the program and receive all the support necessary to obtain a degree. We have our online schools, I would say. Federica, not Federico. Federica is a platform where you find many courses. Federica at the moment in terms of MOOC, massive open online courses, free to all, is the largest one in Europe at the moment. We are about, I think about 400 courses at the moment. And for a little bit less than 1 million users, 900,000 users. When you enter Federica, you don't need to be a student of Federico II. Anyone can enter and follow a course. If you for instance, follow the course of food science, for instance, you find the entire courses on Federica, but doesn't mean you get the exam. You can use that for support, for recovery, for general knowledge, for your leisure. We are in a course of how to make pizza, by the way, so it's very private. And then, but it's a very important support. It's also, as I said, very important also in Italy because it's a platform is growing and absolutely the largest one we have in Italy at the moment. This is the evolution of our university in the last 3-4 years. I've been rector for 4 years. We were about 2,800 professors. Now we are almost 3,200. So we grew. We made a lot of recruitment. Also in terms of administrative staff, from 1,700 to over 2,000. And we even got just recently the seal of Italy's best employers. This ranking was produced in the country, and we are the first university in the country in the ranking. We are about 30, the best 500 are ranked, and the next one is another university, but it's 60, and so on. So I would say people who work in Federico II, even though the salary are not so good, I must say, really, because we are a state university, a regular state university, very careful in budget. But it's a good place to stay and to work. And our growth in the last 4 years was pretty much going to the direction of trying to look at getting a gender balance a little bit more acceptable than what it is today. Let's go in. Lots of grants, too many to list them all. Hundreds of grants, projects. I must say, really, some of them are quite important. The most important one concerns the PNRR, the Recovery and Resilience Plan of Italy, which was funded by EU. Of this great funding, 1.6 billion were actually dedicated to research. Of this 1.6 billion, a good amount was actually dedicated to make 5 national centers. Each one of these projects has been funded with 320 million, more or less, euro. So, and we are involved in all 5 of them. Actually, we coordinate one of them. I'll show you in a few minutes. But beside that, we also are involved in mostly 12 out of the 14 projects. Each one of them received 120 million, more or less. So The issue is that the recovery plan required that 40% of the money to be spent on the south, because one of the objectives of the recovery plan is to reduce the gap between the north and the south. So if you have a big project, national project, you look for a university in the south of Italy that's big and good enough, inevitably you have to come to Federico II. So that means at the end of the story, we brought home about 400 millions in grant money, which is also bad news because then we have to spend it, and it's not easy, and our colleagues know what I mean. But it's a very special opportunity. We never seen so much money for research as we're doing now. So honestly, it's a great opportunity also because these projects, they really span among many different subjects. One of them, the Agritech, is, let's say we are the national hub for this, is a project that costs that amount of money, almost 250 millions. It's a project basically structured one of the 5 national centers with a hub and spokes. So we have 9 spokes, 3 in the center, 3 in the south, 3 in the north. It puts together about 1,500 researchers that work in their place. So the principle is not that I make a national center, bring all the people to work together in one place or in one building or in one campus, but everyone works in his place, and then we all coordinate for the general project. And this is mainly, as most of, if not all of the money for the PNRR is mainly for technology transfer. So you have money for research, but you reach the objective if you do technology transfer. Otherwise, it's not just a research project. But I mean, I don't want to spend too much on that, but of course it's a great opportunity also in terms of collaboration in the country, but more especially outside the country, because this center has to survive, and we will use them, starting from Agritech, of course, we'll use them also to connect with research with other countries as well. This is our numbers for research. In 2023, we produced about 8,000 papers in 105 spin-off startup approved by the university, of which 46 are still active, 24 actually have the label of innovative startup, and we had, of course, many tools to support these startup things. Here to talk a little bit about ranking. I don't really like very much the international ranking. It's terrible, but just to be what the people ask. I mean, you end up, you go outside and say, oh, wow, what's your ranking? This is our ranking based on what is called, I think, the Shanghai ranking things, which is one of the most used. We rank with this one actually evaluate 2,500 university, 1,000 universities are selected, 40 out of 80 Italian universities are in the list, and we rank between the 3rd and the 4th place, more or less. And you see there the subject where we are stronger. Actually, we end up 31st in the world, the first one in Italy, and so on. It's more or less we are very good position also in terms of ranking. Of course, we cannot compete with some of the best universities here in the US or in other places of the world, also because our budgets are not comparable, of course. And we are, as I said, being a public university, we have to do a lot of things. Just to give you an idea, of our 80,000 students, 50,000 are in no tax area, don't pay €1 of university taxes. So, being an old Cornell fellow, I tell you, it's difficult to think about it. Because so that means that we have to invest money to support that. And of course, the same money you could use it to make the most advanced laboratory in something else. So, but we also have this mission that we have to follow. And just to give you an idea, we have a turnaround budget every year on the money they receive from the states, research and so on. About we spend every year about 800 million euros. This is our budget. Of these, only 70 million come from students. The rest of it is basically external budget, national, state budget to others. We have at the moment about 380 international agreements. Many are simple agreements to exchange students and professors. Some of them are more strategic, and those are agreements which can be made either by the university, and that's a limited number, but mostly are made directly by the departments. One of the 26 departments can make an agreement with a department, similar department in other countries. So we have a very interesting international connection. We have museums. Only one slide. Professor Cappelletto is the director of our museum things. He will talk about that. Because we have a museum because in 800 years we collected a lot of stuff. I brought home lots of stuff, very interesting stuff, with some very special museums actually, and so this is part of our additional mission. I don't want to say more than that, but our museums are really very much appreciated. We still have 12 university libraries. Libraries today is a really special things, which are becoming, of course, going from being I would say a traditional library to a service library, where everything is done beside just reading books and renting books. We are one of the few universities in the world, I think, have 2 botanical gardens. One of the oldest in Europe. The 3 oldest one in Italy are Padua, Asti, and Palermo. A very nice botanical garden in the center of Naples, and a small one in Portici, in our site, where is my department is. So 2 botanical gardens, which of course more expensive, but also makes our presence on the territory much more significant, because these gardens are open to public. Now some pictures of laboratory we have done. If we take one picture for each one of the laboratory, we are in Federico II, we'll stay until lunchtime. Of course, there are many quite important. I want just to show a few of them. These 2 I have to show it because the 2 responsible are here. One is looking at his Ph.D, Professor Siciliano. Look at here. So you recognize this guy. Yeah, and Professor Tafuri. So we have a very, very good program for robotics, and we have this machine here, you can see it, which is actually covered in gold, pure gold. It cost Professor Tafuri about 5 million to do it. This is the most powerful quantum computing in Italy at the moment. Did I say well? 40 qubit. It's a very special machine. It's been inaugurated only a few months ago. It makes calculation at an incredible speed. I can even pronounce the numbers of this machine, and this is absolutely very, very novel. It's probably the second or third one in Europe, but most importantly, it's public, right? It is public, so anyone can access it, or can ask the machine to perform some activity or to provide some settings for its research or others. And I think this is very special, we're very proud of this. Finally, and I finish with one other small video, we try to combine tradition and innovation. It's quite complicated. It's interesting, it's quite complicated. Dissemination knowledge for us is very important. And of course, we look at the vision of our founder, Federico II, and we used to say Federico II was such a stupor mundi, they could have imagined all the things that happened in these 800 years, but they could never imagine we would be in New York today, because we don't know there was New York at the time. So definitely we're going over the vision of Federico II. Let's start with the last movie.
Vorrei volare e lasciare andare giù I pensieri cattivi. Da grande vorrei fare l'astronauta.
Ho sentito c'è una luna di Saturno dove c'è acqua potabile.
Se avessi una bacchetta magica vorrei cambiare il cervello dell'uomo che adesso sta influenzando tutto l'ambiente.
Salverei le piante, ma ovviamente anche gli animali.
Veterinario delle piante. Io voglio fare pulito per andare in vacanza. La mia materia preferita è la storia, perché si parla tipo degli antichi romani. Da grande voglio fare l'archeologo.
Mi
piace matematica, ho una grande libreria, mi piace leggere. Vorrei avere il potere di sconfiggere tutte le malattie. Ci sarà un'era dei cyborg dove ci saranno tutte persone robot. Vorrei una bacchetta magica per alzare la pace e togliere la guerra. Domanda piena di colori. Io sarò Federico.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll speak briefly about the agenda of the day. The program will begin with our keynote speaker, Luciano Floridi, Director of the Digital Ethics Center at Yale University, who will have more to say in his presentation about the University Federico II. And following the keynote, there will be a 1-hour coffee break, after which we will have the pleasure of listening to the Rector, Matteo Lorito, in conversation with Lisa Jackson. Ms. Jackson is Apple's Vice President of Environment Policy and Social Initiative. And the third session will follow with Stefano Consiglio, Dean of the School of Human Sciences, and Giovanni Esposito, Dean of the School of Medicine, who will enlighten us, our guests, on postgraduate education in the University Federico II. The fourth session, before lunchtime, will conclude the morning's agenda with Antonio Ereditato, Research Physics Professor at the University of Chicago, Elena Aprile, Professor of Physics at Columbia University, and Fernando Gomez Baquero, Director of Runway and Spinouts at Cornell Tech, presenting the panel Transatlantic Cooperation in Education. So we welcome now Luciano Floridi, please.
So hopefully the whole technology will support us. There will be slides, but before that, just a few words. I would love to thank the organizers for taking this risk. I'm not from Naples. I was not educated in Naples. I work for a private university, and I'm not a historian. So what went through Giorgio Ventra's mind when he thought that I could keep his keynote, God knows. So if it doesn't work, you know who is to be blamed. Not the poor philosopher, who shouldn't be here, but certainly our colleague. Now, I will need some help with the slides to start them for anyone here who knows how to do that. But before doing that, see, Giorgio, it is his fault. And just in case any stereotype about philosophers not knowing about technology, there you go. So, thank you and welcome to this keynote. As I said, I can probably introduce my quick, so to speak, talk as a way of apologizing for being here. My best hope is to be adopted by Naples one day, but we shall see. I might have to talk to the Magnificat. The idea was to provide you with a vision of what, if you like, Federico would do if he were to establish a university today. What is the future of education? What happens in a world that has seen one of the most dramatic transformations in human history, the digital revolution? So the title there, therefore, is divided actually into the main title, which is Federico II and his vision of university, or really on the future of digital education. Before starting, let me show you one thing that happens when you trust digital technology. You ask digital technology to tell you your usual bot. I won't mention the bot, but you know who I'm talking about. Tell me something about Federico II, and it goes quite correctly, 1224, this and that, but then it gets a little bit confused, because Federico II, Frederick the Great must be the same person. So the same Federico, which was amazing, but was not that amazing, apparently also transformed German education in 1763. Now that is claiming too much, even for Federico II. This is a way of showing what it means to have an education in the digital age. You cannot trust these tools, you need to use them, but you need to know how to use them. Trivial enough for anyone to comment on it. What is the point here is, I said what Federico would do if he were to engage with digital education, or, and I recommend you to have a look at the website, which is actually magnificent, the history of the university. What will be a fifth stage in the Federico II after those four that have been quite nicely illustrated in the history of the university, from the foundation all the way to the modern stage. What's the next step? What can we look into? What can we design today so that the students who will attend our universities, the Federico II, but not only, the faculty, the academics, the staff, will be working in a 21st century university that looks concretely, constructively to the digital revolution. That is what I'm going to cover with some simplifications in the next few slides. What I will do is to present to you, and this slide will come back. So if you want to sleep for a little while, please do, and wake up again when I show you this slide and the next round. I don't have much time, and philosophers speak too much anyway, so I will share with you one idea, which I hope might be a good one. It may not be the only one for a university of the future, and two consequences. It's quite simple, even for the ones who will get distracted. The idea is straightforward. Education as linguistic proficiency. It sounds a little bit confusing, hence the need for the next 20 minutes to explain it. What do we mean? What is possibly got to do with, for example, agricultural sciences or astrophysics, languages anyway. So education in a digital stage of our history as linguistic proficiency, more on this in a moment, and two consequences of what happens if you take this idea seriously. Education as the care for semantic capital. More on this in a moment, or words that will require some explanation. And education as personal identity. Understanding who we are and therefore who we can be constructively. Now this is the table of content, as they say. Let's start with the idea. I know you know, but I'm afraid you might have accidentally missed the dramatic element in this picture. This is the amount of information we have, data, actually, volume of data in the world, and it might be one of the pictures you've seen a million times. The whole point is not to look at the top right, it's to look at the bottom left. That's where sometimes people get confused. So, my goodness, there is so much data today. Yes, that's not the point. The point is that everything started 20 years ago, literally in our life. The digital revolution has generated more data than humanity has ever seen in its entire history, not only, but all the data we have. From the day when Federico wrote that letter, and even before, when Pompeii was around, and even before, when Rome was founded, and even before, all the data in the universe of human history make that 100, 99% of that has been generated by us in the last 20-25 years. That, of course, contains not only Federico's letter, but also a lot of cats and dogs on Facebook. That counts as information too, and that's data as well. I'm afraid also your chat on WhatsApp. But data doesn't mean quality, of course, but it means the sea within which we are swimming. This is the world within which we spend more of our lives. We are constantly online. I mean, some of you are taking pictures here. Your phone is being geotagged, sending more data to that pilot. Well, this happened quite quickly. It happened, especially in the modern stage or era, through these four, and I'm oversimplifying, four big steps: printing, the intervention, the computer, internet, artificial intelligence. I'm picking up these four for these following four reasons. With the printing, information became truly available everywhere. With the computer, it became truly processable. You could process information in a way that no one before had ever even imagined it was doable. With the internet, the accessibility, not the availability, because availability is a big library locked up. But with the internet, it's a big library that anyone can actually consult. And AI means production of content. It's not just that every revolution has built on and improved on and synergized with the previous one, it's also changed the extension of the impact. So availability, processability, accessibility, producibility of all this, in short, AP. So the question we're asking today is, what is education post-AP? And that's all we want to tackle, as I said, in this quick chat. What does it look like? Well, we all know, and we've known this for a long time, that there's a tension between facts and skills. Inevitably, it was true when Federico established the Federico II, it is true today. They're both essential for the game of knowledge. If you want to play properly, you need to know stuff, but you also need to know how to do stuff. That's why we heard about all those labs at the Federico II. Those guardians, those are not just know that such and such is the case, it's also know how to do this and that. So the AP changes, with a quick acronym, it has shifted things a little bit from the know that to the know how. But the risk is that it's going to privilege passive knowledge. The knowledge of the kid who tells you, oh, someone somewhere must have found this, let me just find it. Someone somewhere must have an answer for this, let me just reproduce it. Oh, ChatGPT or any other one, we prefer other bots, but it's going to do it for me. If you like, for the less young among us, the TV viewer, that passive sort of acquisition. So the risk is that we have in front of us a culture of users and consumers of knowledge, science, culture, information, scholarship, not of designers and producers. Now, of course, you want to have both. I mean, I'm a sinner. I watch Netflix. My name is Luciano Freudi, and I watch Netflix. But of course, together with that, a Federico II kind of style of university is not there for the passive absorption of information, but it's there to produce, as we heard before. I mean, those movies are a little bit too moving for my heart. Who wasn't like, oh my goodness, this is too so well done? But the impact of that, clearly, all those kids, all those people are there to produce the next stage, to tell us about things that we do not know. They're not just passive consumers and eaters of. When we heard that beautiful quote, there are people who have a hunger for knowledge. There are also people who will produce what would satisfy their hunger. Well, this is a way of focusing on designers and producers. So, information society, we should really look at it as a neo-manufacturing society, which of course has replaced, if you like, the raw material, wood and iron, or cement or leather, with data. But we're still manipulating a lot of stuff. We're still creating things with whatever material we have. And information is both the raw material and the finished good. But maybe, especially for a country like Italy, having a more manufacturing view of the information society would not only fit historically, it would fit culturally. So we need to look at this from a maker's knowledge perspective. Create, design, transform, curate, communicate information. All these words are not there accidentally, but it would take too long to explain them. But I know I'm talking also to colleagues, so how far can I be in patronizing you? We do have a Greek problem. Not a Roman problem, by the way, sorry, but a Greek problem. The Greek gave us an enormous amount of good stuff, but one thing, unfortunately, got it wrong, was this separation between knowledge that, episteme, and technique, knowledge how. From Plato onwards, we have been thinking about technology and technological knowledge as if it were something completely separate and independent, not good enough for the speculative, the theoretical. Well, certainly the digital revolution is teaching us the hard way to put these two things together, make us knowledge. You need both. So the game of knowledge includes everything. It includes players, observers, and designers. Think in terms of football, okay? So you need the players, you need the journalists, you need people who actually design the rules of the game and change the rules of the game, if you like. So a fact-based education or a skill-based education are quite limited if strategies for players, users, not producer information as well. What I'm saying here is that we're running the risk, which I stressed a moment ago, of the ivory tower, but more in terms of the luxury box reaction, passive consumers. I'm just going to get to university, learn a few things, regurgitate those things, and come back to get a job. That's not the sort of vision that I imagine someone like Federico II might have had at his time. We need all three of them. We need Alice, and Alice is always Alice, and I'm 35 years in Oxford, we always use Alice. It's Alice and Bob, so A and B. Alice, the user, she needs to learn how to play the game successfully, the game of knowledge. And I use the game analogy because it means hands-on. It's not just watching, it's not just knowing the rules. She also needs to be the intellectual, how to study the game critically. So she also needs to watch what she's doing. But above all, I'd like to stress, we need Alice the designer, how to devise the game properly, since the game of knowledge is constantly changing. So on this, there is an enormous amount of work. How do you do that? So this point is quite simple. Digital revolution, new university, new education. We need players, we need sort of intellectuals that observe and understand and analyze the game. We need those who actually play the game, but also need those who design the game. What is the commonality here? Languages. Natural or artificial. Those are the tools in a new manufacturing society that enable anyone to be a maker of information. At the end of the day, the raw material is digital, the final product is digital. Surely you want to have the elements in your hands to create all that in a way that is proficient. So which information is manipulated how? Well, depends on the languages you actually master, through which information is created, manipulated, accessed, etc. And I want to stress here that I'm not talking, of course, about programming languages. That would be a silly mistake. I'm talking about the history of art, music, English, natural languages, mathematics, statistics, economics, the A to Z of all languages spoken by information. I know it's better Italian and better English. Pass me the sort of stretching of the language. It means that if you read the entry on Wikipedia, not only one, you are able to understand it. Any entry, anyone here, raise your hand from A to Z, I wish. But you're also able to correct any mistake in it, if you find it. That is writing and reading in the 21st century. At that point, you master the language, you are in control of the information that you're going to generate and create. So, of course, the languages of information are of many different kinds. We have the notational kind of languages, like music or chess. If you have opened a book of chess, you know that that language doesn't tell you anything more than a short way description of what the moves would be. They can be constitutive. They actually made up what they convey, like in a natural language. We think through also our language. And they can be calculative, like Arabic numbers, which, put in a proper way, are much more useful than Roman numbers, for obvious reasons, position and so on. But whatever the nature of the languages of information we're talking about, whether notational, constitutive, or calculative, These are the instruments that we need to give to our students to make them a player, an intellectual, and a designer of information. So, bottom line, Federico II, education, reading and writing. That is still the game, but reading and writing, which kind of information, through what kind of tools? It is the reading and writing through sort of language of information to gain, create, design, etc. The sort of information that we need. Now, the good news, the languages are best learned when you are young. So if you can teach them when you're young, well, they will stay with them. Further good news, language proficiency is not a matter of memorized facts. It's not even practice skills. If you remember that original debate, do we teach them that such and such is the case, or do we teach them how to do this and that? Actually, language is an ability, is a bit of both. If you have a good sort of speaker, you know your language grammar, for example, knowledge that, but you also know how to speak, knowledge how. So I would like to get away from the facts, skills, so alternative in terms of abilities of a linguistic kind. And education as a linguistic ability has a long life on the shelf. How many times, colleagues, have you heard? We're teaching something that it will not be useful in 3, 4 to X number of months, not even years. And so, no, look, I'm teaching these kids, not chemistry, I'm teaching them to speak chemistry. The chemistry I learned when I was out in high school, like, shall we say, decades ago. Today it's ridiculous. But if I could remember how to speak chemistry, I would easily understand whatever is being said to me by the chemistry professor. I don't need to know exactly, what the chemistry today is if I speak the language and I can actually be part of the game of developing chemistry. And chemistry, just because the first thing that still hung on to me from high school. It could be any other bad example you have in your mind. So Alice needs to learn to speak the language of information. ICTs are going to increase the demand for educators and languages teachers. That's the other side too. Are you able to teach the language of history, the language of physics, the language of mathematics, or are you giving them Euclidean theorems without actually teaching them what it means to think in terms of geometrical spaces? Well, that is another challenge, just in case the Magnifico didn't have enough challenges. No, one more. How to teach also the educational class to be a linguistic teacher. I said, no, to consequence, we're almost done. So this was the simple idea, education as linguistic proficiency. It may or may not work, and of course there are many other ways of doing this, and complementary. But I would bet that if I had to, say, teach a young kid privately, I would teach them exactly this. They will go anywhere. If they can speak statistics, if they can speak history about, if they can speak music, well, the rest of the world gets easy. Two consequences and we close. The first one is semantic capital. It's not really culture, because culture tends to be a little bit more sort of limited, and it's not even science. It's everything in your life that has made a difference to the way you understand and make sense of the world. Intangible products, ideas, insights, but also that football game you had when you were a kid, or the kiss you gave or didn't, the music you used to listen to. That is all the semantic capital that makes a difference. And I won't read this aloud: cultures, languages, arts, religions, etc. that we produce, refine, consume, transmit, and inherit. We produce it, refine it, consume it, send it to the next generation, and inherit from the past. This semantic capital is what we use to give meaning to our lives and make sense of our own existences. Anything that is around us, how we develop our individual and societal life. It defines who we are. You walk into a church and you see two old gentlemen. Well, if you are born in a Christian society, you will identify them as St. Peter and St. Paul. If you are not born in a Christian society, those are just two old gentlemen with a white beard. So, but one has the keys, the other one has a sword. Surely, surely nada. I mean, if you don't have that semantic capital, that is meaningless to you. You could look at a piece of cloth and someone sees an enemy because that piece of cloth is a flag of someone I hate. That is semantic capital. So that's what I'm talking about. So that semantic capital is what enables us to give sense to our own life, but this is precisely also education as a linguistic ability, what helps us to handle how to gain, curate, create, and transmit our semantic capital. That is a huge responsibility. But that's why when, it's moving when you know the history of the university, there is a secular university. Now, a secular university can more easily handle semantic capital than any other institution because it's more open, it's pluralistic, it's tolerant. And so it doesn't tell you that there is the semantic capital of this particular culture, of this particular, shall we say, church, but it will tell you that there's a variety of semantic capitals that you can acquire. And that's why Federico II is the future, contrary to institutions that are more linked to one only semantic capital that they need to convey. There's an openness here that is a strength, a painful strength, as we heard from Magnifico, because it costs money and it costs effort, but it's a strength nonetheless. And education as identity. If you acquire the languages of information, if you speak information, then since our identities are also informational, we describe ourselves as data subjects, data patients, data citizens, data workers, then the limits of our informational languages are also the limits of our world. That's a quote from Wittgenstein. He meant something slightly different, but not too far. Imagine someone who gets to the Federico II as an undergraduate first year and comes out of Federico II after a number of years with a variety of informational languages as they own. They speak internally, they own those languages. They are comfortable, they are conversant with the languages spoken by such and such disciplines. Well, this will be the limit of their world. What they can or cannot achieve, how far they can go in life, what kind of jobs they will get. The broader, the richer that semantic capital and languages can be, the better they will be. And so we heard again, but today is about Federico II University, but we heard that at the Federico II, you can learn any informational language from A to Z under the same roof. Now, if only, and that's an invitation for the Italian institutions, students could move freely between those languages. If only they could choose and pick and decide, I want to be able to speak Chinese and computer science. I want to be able to speak music and algebra. Then we would be seeing a 21st century that Federico II, the guy, would be proud of. We're almost there. So the limits of my information languages, not to sort of misquote poor Wittgenstein, are the limits of my education and my identity. And since I mentioned Plato bad-mouthing him a little bit in terms of technology and epistemology, well, let me give to Plato what belongs to Plato. This is Cratylus, and it's a long time ago, but still totally today valuable. Who is a knower, someone who knows? The man, well, those were the days, ladies, I'm sorry, but the person who knows how to ask and answer questions. In other words, no, of course, the right ones. Someone who speaks the language accordingly. And the sort of knowledge we require is that in which there happens to be a union of making and knowing how to use the thing made. That today is called information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the pleasure to call into the stage the Rettore again, Professor Lorito, please, who will be in conversation with Lisa Jackson. Lisa Jackson is Apple's Vice President of Environment Policy and Social Initiative. Professor Giorgio Ventri will be interviewing them. Please, Ms. Jackson.
Turn on the slide.
I will
speak really. You stay in the middle. No, I will see. There will be steps. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for being here with us. That was a very kind of you. You told me you just flew in less than 24 hours ago, and so we do appreciate for being here. And it's a very, very pleasure for me, not only to have the possibility to interview you and the rector. That will never happen in Napoli. So I'm enjoying the fact that we are in New York. That's where. No, that's right. I will quickly forget it. Okay. So thank you again, Lisa. Let me start with asking you about your vision of this story of cooperation between Apple and the Federico II. I mean, we are celebrating 800 years from our foundation, and how come that, I mean, the most innovative company in the digital world can survive in dealing with an Italian university 800 years old?
I actually now, these many years in, can't think of us surviving without Federico II. And I say that in all seriousness. So first, thanks for having me this morning. We arranged great weather for your visit to New York. I hope you do get a chance to enjoy the city and meet our brand of Italian, which is a little different than your brand of Italian. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of the history, if you don't mind. We were working in Europe for quite some time, but we had not established a real place to train, I say entrepreneurs, to make the kind of applications, apps as we call them, that really the iPhone and iPad are made to highlight. They're such incredibly powerful tools, getting more powerful by the minute almost. And yet you want to ensure that they sort of fulfill Steve Jobs' dream, which is this is a computer in your hand, this is a tool in your hand, and the applications are what you use to interface with that computer in a very easy and delightful way. So we started this idea that we should have a developer academy, an actual school, and we were very thoughtful. It should be an academy, a place where you come to learn more than just the simple act of coding, which isn't so simple for everyone, I admit. And so the academy became an idea to bring all the things we do well with apps, with the App Store, to a different community. We had tried it already in Brazil. We started in 2013 in Brazil, but Federico II started with us as the App Developer Academy in 2016. And it's, I think, our most international academy. And I would say what makes it so wonderful, and Tim talked about this when he visited a couple of years ago, is the idea behind Apple has always been that technology is really in service of humanity. And as Steve would have put it, the liberal arts, this intersection, the famous picture of the intersection of two streets, technology and the liberal arts. And that's what the academy is. And I can't think of a better place than the university in Naples, because it is, as we just heard, such a polyglot of different experiences, and the students who come through are not all technology majors. In fact, they could be studying the classics. No better place to study it, honestly, than Napoli. Or they could be studying engineering, or they could be studying marketing. And yet they come to find out how they can use technology to do whatever they want to do better.
Thank you very much. And I mean, as you were saying, Apple has a system of academy all over the world, and how how this system works, and how our academy in Napoli fits in this overall picture.
Yeah, happy to. So as I mentioned, we started in Brazil. The idea there was encouraged by the government as a development opportunity. But in Europe it was different. There we had had some conversations with your Prime Minister at the time. And we were actually in Florence, I believe, when we talked about this idea that it would be so wonderful Tim has always loved Italy. He loves the country. He loves the design. He believes, not a stretch to anyone else, but he loved the idea of this marriage of Italian design and inspiration, but also with technology and the intellect and what that might mean. And of course, we were sitting in Florence, so it's hard not to be inspired by the art, by the architecture, by the people, by the food. But when we started to think about where to put it, we also thought about it as an economic engine, as an opportunity to really bring what the App Store has been, which is an economic engine for such a long time now. We take for granted that the App Store is really just a big business opportunity for people to reach a mass market around the world. And so we started to look for places that would make sense. And the place that made the most sense to us was Naples. And the university that stepped up and raised their hand, thank you very much, was Federico II. And as you know, the location is not on the main historic, amazing, beautiful campus, but on the newer technology campus. And that neighborhood, to watch what has happened to it in 10 years, not only because of Apple, obviously, but because of the devotion and commitment of people like you and the rector to ensure that it was more than just a place, but really a resource for the city, for the Campania region, for the country, and increasingly it's a very international, it's our most international developer center. Still, I think over 70% of the students last year might have been Italian, but we get students from countries all over the world, including the US. We should have more, because it's such a wonderful city to visit and to study in. It's also a place where we have really pushed the idea of how to encourage more people to have exposure to the app ecosystem. So we have the foundation program, as you know, where it's instead of the 10 to 12-month academy, it's a 30-day program. So students can get a sense, is this something I really want to spend some more of my time on? And now we have graduate students who are working on machine learning and artificial intelligence and the Vision Pro applications. I think you're the only one in the world where that's happening. And the other academies are quite envious of it. So I would say that it is really this mix of, you don't just learn to code, you learn marketing. You learn, probably the thing I've been most touched by is that Apple believes in challenge-based learning. Right? And so you don't walk in and there's an instructor lecturing you and telling you here's what to do and here's how to do it. You're given a challenge, day one. And you're put in a team with people you've probably never met before, and who may have different language barriers, speaking of semantics, and you're told to go and figure out how to get it done. And you work through the challenge and you learn as you do with mentors who are there every step of the way. And you to oversee the whole thing, Jordan. And it has proven to be, and whenever I talk to the students, and I've done the vast majority of the graduations, I make it a point to be in Naples for. The students always point to that, to the way they're taught, to think for themselves, but still do it as part of the team.
Thank you very much, Matteo. I mean, you're living, with me, the experience of this collaboration with Apple. How was the impact of this cooperation with such a big company inside Federico II? What?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Giorgio, for the question. The first thing is that when you became a rector, you end up to hold such a complex machine, which is a university of this size, of this history, of this complexity, and so on. There'll be people that will ask you about why we should dedicate efforts, space, resources for forming 300 students a year to make app for the Apple phone, or why you should make an effort to form, to say another one, 50 students a year in Avellino, where we make students how to teach students how to make wine, to grow up grapes and to make wine. Why you have to make an effort to make another 50 students to teach them how to do other very specific things. And the answer is because you need diversity, because you need to speak different languages, and I fully agree, and actually it was very enlightening, the talk by professor, because you need to explore new things. And because you need also to renew your identity. I mean, we have a strong identity, of course, as a university. Everyone knows University of Naples Federico II, at least in Europe, but also in US, because we formed 3 Presidents of the Republic. I learned mostly because of the medical school, actually before that, for the law school. But now the Apple Academy has actually identified our campus. The campus in San Giovanni, which is one of the newest that we have, people know it as the Apple campus. I must say, this is true. We didn't really, we didn't push for that, because Professor Ventre, I call him Belly George, because Professor Belly George is so active and so promoting. But the issue is that the people now, they look at the campus where we do all kinds of things. I mean, Apple Academy is only one small piece at the end of it, a precious one, a good one, a jewel piece, but it's really is identify the campus. And that means it's not the campus identifies Apple because the big company has an interest to do something. It's identified as a piece that it's a very big, important piece of innovation. It is an important piece of innovation, makes a big difference when you do it also in a very, I would say, problematic area, like we had in San Giovanni. We've done the same in Scampia, again, and this is part of an additional mission. And so, really, we not only, the answer only a yes, we do it, but thank you. Because that initiative for us, and I've seen growing and growing, which started because, of course, when you connect your name with a company like Apple, of course, everyone knows it. Lots of TV things and lots of presence on the mail, on newspaper, and so on. But at the end of it, when all this finish, then every year we renew our vision of innovation, and really. Small things like this, together with other things as well, is not the only things you've done, has really pushed Federico II ahead. I see it also from the young people that they follow these courses. In a certain way, they really, Luciano, maybe they really have clearly the idea that you have shown to us. You do it, you know how to do it, you know how to ask questions, and you know how to speak the language. So when they come out of that very simple and brief course, besides there is a placement that is 100%. I mean, they are immediately absorbed by the job market, but they know how to do things, really know how to do things, and know even how to create new market, new things. I mean, we're talking about something at the end of it of something very simple, making an app for the Apple environment. But making an app today, it's a beautiful exercise of learning, doing, thinking, creating, and also speaking a new language. And so for us, this is very important, and that's what I've seen. And in fact, as a matter of fact, Apple has started a trend, and we are now have 13 academies. And as I always said, I said to Lisa, with pleasure to see Lisa on this side of the ocean finally, because we have lots of requests about academies. I mean, the people now that think about academies is becoming almost like a myth. Oh, let's make an academy. You know how to do very beautiful chairs. Can we make an academy on chairs? So as I talked to Professor Ventre, because he will know how to do it. So it's really started a trend, a piece, a really important piece of innovation, both for research, but especially for teaching and for creating new intelligence cells.
Matteo, you were speaking about San Giovanni and Scampia. There are two places where our university has these two sites, two campuses, and they are very problematic. So do you believe that with starting with Apple in San Giovanni, we were able to improve our presence in this area, to send a clearer message about what the university could do?
Yeah, absolutely. Consider that one of our 13 academies actually is located in Scampia. So we know now if we put some courses like that in these places, then we change the face of the area. Of course, it's not just the academy. There is also the place where the people can go visit, or of course there are the teaching class and so on. Again, this is complicated. It's complicated because you build this new beautiful building in Scampia. Then you have to bring the students there, you have to bring the professors there, you have to bring the personnel there, and you are in a contest where, because the university system in Italy is very, very competitive. We all compete, 80 universities, we all compete, of these 80, 65 are state university or public university. We all compete for the defined amount of money. So if I get 1 million more, is 1 million less will go to Milan, to Bologna, or to Florence or else. So the question to ask is why you spend money to make a university place in Scampia. Now they've been asked to do it in Caivano, and the place is very complicated. Something was assigned to us. We got a structure which was obtained from the criminalità organizzata, the organized crime, that we had to transform in university. Why to do that if you are competing? If you have students that need services, they need resources. Because it's absolutely in the vision of a big university. I mean, the difference between a big university and a medium university, a small university, for me is this one. It's not just the amount of professors you have, the amount of students you have, the amount of departments you have. It's your power, your resources to make the difference for an extended territory. And consider that for us, this is in our history, because we are the largest university in the south of the country, when Italy became a whole, all in 1861, so we're very young as a country. At the end of the story, we were the one who brought the university student to the new country, because 90% of the university students at the time in the south were from our university. We were basically almost the only one in Britain. There are other universities as well, but we were by far the largest one. So we have this mission for a long time, and we keep doing it. It's very complicated. It's very difficult because I'm just cited very quickly. I mean, last summer there was a big tragedy in Scampia because a piece of a building fell where 3 people died, and the people were actually there to leave the building. About 300 people or 300 families, I can't remember, and they went to the university. They thought the university was a safe place. For us, they made a big issue, big problem. But Laura knows well because we manage. I call Laura, "No, what are you doing? It's not journal. You can't do this." But then Laura said, "No, it's a big tragedy. We need to do that." And if you look at the other side of the story, well, of course, the difficult side of the story means that can you transform the university in a place where the people can actually stay and live inside? But the other side of the story is that they see the university as a safe place. And this is part of the presence of our university, and as well as other in area where they need a safe place and a place dedicated to public health, and also dedicated to law and well-being.
Thank you very much. Lisa, just to clarify the role of Laura. Laura, she's a professor at my university. She's a professor of urbanistic at the Department of Architecture, but she's also the deputy mayor of the city of Napoli. So she lives with these two major tasks. And, that's Lisa, you were speaking about all the programs inside the academy. So you mentioned, well, we always talk about the first year, the program that is the largest one with 300 students from all over the world. Then you mentioned the foundation courses, it's a short one, but I know that there's a special part in your heart for a specific course at the academy, that is the peer project, because the peer project is the one that is on the second year and is dedicated to do code for good. I mean, how much important for you is this program inside your strategy, in your responsibility as a vice president of Apple?
Yeah, well, part of my title is Vice President for Social Initiatives, excuse me. And so, look, I think one of the challenges we have, and I'm not an educator, but as leaders these days, is to try to engage our students, whatever age, but I'll say especially our students, our younger students, in why this education is relevant to them, and that the education itself is not the only thing. The education is a tool to do something with. And it's important, I think, especially with students, to capture in their minds that some of that is what you give back to society as a whole. That, you know, the students at Federico II, they don't pay tuition. That's because the state of Campania, the province, has decided to invest in these students. And part of that investment is the idea that these minds will go back and figure out how to use the training you've had to contribute to society in a positive way. Not only to make money, that's a good thing, or to start a business, employ people, these are all important. But as we heard Matteo saying, the idea that a university also becomes a resource. A great city is a resource to a university, and a university is a resource to a great city. And they have to go together. One cannot survive without the other. And so they can, you know, one can help the other along. When a city is having some times, the university can step up, and when a university is having some times, the city can be incredibly supportive. So for us, the idea became clear. First, we saw what happened when the students were challenged, not just to do a project, but to do a project that would help their community. And, you know, we came out with, the students came out with projects that oftentimes dealt with people with disabilities, trying to make life easier for people with disabilities. Oftentimes dealt with the environment, something that our students are passionate about, especially with climate change and what's going on around the world with it. We saw lots and lots of applications to help with healthcare, with doctors and nurses who are overworked and trying to manage in sort of a modern way, but needed some help. And then came the idea, so that we innovated as well, of the peer program. And the idea, Apple runs programs around the world that are designed to be social initiatives, things that we do for good, using technology for good. What if in some of the communities that we work with, we came back to the students at the academy and said, here's a challenge that this organization, maybe it's an NGO or an educational institution or a hospital, is dealing with where they are. We're willing, and this has been an amazing part of the program, to send you to them. So we've had students who travel to India and travel to parts of Africa to understand what the NGO is trying to do and how they might be able to use Apple technology better in order to accomplish it. So the students get a first-hand, up-close lesson in the use of technology for something other than making a game. Not that there's anything wrong with games, right? But when we think about a game and we think about what is helping society, what is the impact on, they can come back and say, no, I didn't only make a game, maybe I did, but I also made a tool to help students in Africa, the teachers there, manage their classroom and teach. Or I helped to make a tool, one of my favorites was they really dug into the idea. We do a program on solar power in India and in Africa called Solar Mamas. The idea was it's an economic empowerment tool for women in villages. They learn to be solar installers and solar repairers. And they can run a business to replace more traditional forms of energy. So it's a lovely program, but many of them aren't literate. How do you run your business if you can't read? How do you ensure that you have the information you need to order your parts, to service your customers, to ensure that you're banked and can reach the banking system? So they really take these challenges on. Sometimes they can't find a solution in 1 year. We've had some that actually one peer class turns the project over to the next peer class. But I think they're learning something much more important, which is this game of life that we play is not just about being successful, or maybe the definition of success is broader than simply having an app on the App Store that people love and desire. So it's been a wonderful, and I really feel like that's something we learned at Secondo. And now we use it we have one app development center in the US, it's in Detroit, another community that has had a long history of economic challenges, especially as the auto industry shrank and moved out of the country, and is now really seeing a renaissance. And part of what happens there is that they started with challenge-based social initiatives because of the lessons that we learned through the work.
Thank you very much. Matteo, you were mentioning the presentation done by Luciano about how we should change the way we learn. Do you believe that the challenge-based learning that we have been using in the Apple Academy can be applied more inside the whole university? I mean, can you see challenge-based learning as a way to form new engineers or agronomists or doctors? What are the challenges on this?
Well, actually, from Luciano talk, I got a sort of a discovery for me, for instance, a new information and confirmation as well. Of course, the confirmation concerns the learning by doing. We believe in that. Learning by doing is complicated. It's not easy. When you have 80,000 students doing learning by doing, it's a lot of you need lots of classroom space. You need lots of professors. You need lots of attention. Especially when you have, we have to be clear that you have so many students that they are at the university don't pay taxes. So they come to the university quite often, not always, of course, they don't even finish the program because it's too hard, it's too difficult, but of course if you don't pay taxes, keep staying, let's say things the way that they are. So learning by doing is an excellent tool and should enter more and more our programs. It should, and we need to go deeper and deeper in our, let's say, in our program, look at our program not from the first year, let's say, to the 5th year, but from the 5th year to the 1st year. If you look at the difficulty of teaching, the shallow part is at the end of it, at the end of the story. The difficult part is the beginning. When you get this very raw human material, put it this way, beautiful human material, they arrive at the university, and they really don't even know who they are, what they want to do. Most of them, they look at inspiration, they look at find their talent, they look at find their ideas of the future. Most of them, they don't have it. They don't have it because they come from the high school. I mean, they in a certain way, they prepare, not prepare. They are prepared on certain things, but really not prepared for university. And we know, of course, we have a huge program, to work with the school to do that. So if we started from the shallow water, and then we need to go deeper and deeper. But the other things that I really touched me of what we heard is that to look at a very important issue that we do have in public university. In Italy, we are evaluated as university, we are funded based on basically two major parameters. One is the quality of the research, how many papers you produce, how many patents, how many research products you make. And the other things, which is based on how many students you bring at the end of the program. How many students enter, how many students you bring at the end of the program. And that means that the state will pay you for each student, really for each head, if the students enter, does a certain number of credit in the first year, and finish the programs at most with 1 year out of the program. If it's 2 years out, the cost of students is not paid anymore by the state. So that puts you in a certain way to really push the student through the program. But the other side, you have to maintain a balance, because if you make it too easy, let's do it in this way, then of course you get more money, but then you lose identity, you lose perception of a university which is serious, and when you enter a program in Federico II, you know you have to work, you have to study. We know we don't give exam like that. But in a certain way, the system will push you almost in the other direction. Of course, there are some correction, because also they calculate how many people that they find the job after they finish. So the placement things is also important. And so the issue is many programs, especially in the STEM area, are filled in the first year of some really heavy disciplines. Mathematics and physics, to mention one. A lot of chemistry, mathematics, physics, chemistry, mathematics, physics, chemistry. And we try to do it with looking at a balance in your action to ease that part. Move the disciplines a bit forward, to reduce the program. I remember when I was dean at the College of Agriculture, I tried to combine in one program basic chemistry and organic chemistry, and there was a revolution, and the professor from organic said, you've done something horrible. But for the students it was much easier, of course. So, but what Luciano, what I understand what you're saying, so it's not issue if we teach students things they will never use in terms of that particular, because I could ask a student that has to be an agronomist how much mathematics has to learn. But the issue is how to teach them how to use the language, if I understand well. And so we should, in a certain way, revise our program with this idea. Make it easier a little bit, because otherwise these students are really, in the first year, kind of, you see them walking a little bit stoned, because they have so many very heavy programs. But another way to teach the professors how to teach the language, more than just fill it up, the program, or whatever you think is important for the student. The alphabet, you will forget it in maybe 2 months or something like that. So, and that's just the most difficult things. When you have 800 years of history, I can tell you this is the most difficult things.
Okay. So you just say your manifest.
Well, nobody. It's looking. It's like a video. This is what I said, right? There's no recording.
Everything
there's
is
recording. Oh, ouch.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you very much, Matteo, and thank you for being with us. And it was very kind of you. For coming here to New York, and looking forward to meet again in Napoli, though. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can enjoy a coffee break now. Thank you very much.
grazie, sì, Danilo, ci vuole le maniere forti. Cioè. Thank you. Shall we start again?
Welcome back. We are now beginning with the third session of the symposium. I would like to call to the stage the Dean of the School of Human Sciences, Stefano Consiglio, please. Professor Consiglio. And the Dean of the School of Medicine, Giovanni. Prima inizia lei, no? Perfetto. Anche qui possibile. Va benissimo, grazie.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm the Dean of the School of Human and Social Science of the Federico II. Our school brings together 6 departments: humanities, social science, political science, law school, business administration, economics, and statistics. 3 of these departments are departments of excellence for the period of 2023-2027, meaning that they stand out for the quality of their research and their project. As someone told you before, in Italy there are 180 departments of excellence out of the total of 800. The deep-root historical and multidisciplinarity tradition of the school is testified by our graduates and that have influenced world history over the century, as Matteo Lorito before said. Several social scientists such as Giovanni Vico, but also Antonio Genovesi, have taught in our school. In particular, Antonio Genovesi was appointed in 1754 to the chair of the Mechanics and Commerce, now Political Economy. It was the first one in Europe. Again, important poets, writers, scientists as Giovanni Boccaccio, Francesco Petrarca, and Gaetano Filangieri studies at our school. In particular, Gaetano Filangieri, who influenced intellectuals all over the world with his La Scienza della Legislazione. After me, there's Professor Arena that I think will talk about Filangieri. Filangieri was known for his belief in the protection of the human rights, public education, increasing trade and economic interdependence between countries, and for the value of maintaining peace and pursuit public happiness. Benjamin Franklin was one of the intellectuals that was influenced by Gaetano Filangieri. They have a prolific correspondence which inspire Benjamin Franklin, who contributes to write, as you know, the American Constitution. As Matteo Lorito already said, from the school we have 3 of the 12 presidents of Italian Republic, all graduated at the law school of our university. The school, it's characterized, is based on research with solid tradition and is able to capture innovative ferment and open itself up to the new challenge of methodological, political, social, economic, legal, and cultural experimentation that modern society presents. Our 6 departments are all characterized by a strong presence of internationalizational path and blinded educational experiments, excellence and innovation of research projects. And we have a strong relationship, and we try to get strong relationship with the always changing labor market. The school try to offer powerful tools for understanding the past and carry out the present, and represent an important and highly attractive frame of reference in the Italian and international academic scenario. The school offers 46 courses out of the 177 that are offered by our university. In particular, 19 bachelor's degrees, 1 single cycle degree in law, and 26 master degrees. We have enrolled around 33,000 students, approximately 44% of the total number of students enrolled in Federico II. Our school is composed by 221 full professors, 262 associate professors, and 320 researchers. I would like to conclude to briefly outline some characteristics of the 6 departments that compose our school. The first one is the Department of Political Science that offers 4 bachelor degrees, 6 master degrees program, as well as postgraduate activities, in particular 6 master degrees and 1 Ph.D. The programs are in 4 macro areas of research and teaching. International relations, that is a course that is in English, social and economic inequalities, governance and public management, and statistics and social science. Our second big department is the Department of Human Science that focuses on humanities, and in particular on archaeology, cultural heritage, philosophy, literature, psychology, education, geography, and so on. The Faculty of Humanistic Studies offer around 6 undergraduate courses, 10 postgraduate courses, and several postgraduate master degrees, 6 PhD, and a postgraduate school in archaeological heritage, which collaborates with important museums and local actors, including the archaeological site of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Our third department is the Department of Social Science. That offers undergraduate and postgraduate multidisciplinarity programs that focus on key contemporary social issues, including digital society, social innovation, sustainability, and social public and political communication. In next year, we should launch as a part of the activity of the European University Aurora, a new project that is called Eurodice, that is an European master program in digital society, social innovation, and global citizen. Eurodice is a very important, that is a project that cooperates with other departments of our university and will be founded by the EU Digital Europe program and will train the social innovators of the future in advanced digital technologies with focus on social impactful sector of education, communication, and culture. The departments of business management that is called economics management and institution has a broad and multidisciplinary educational program ranging from accounting, management, and strategy to economics, mathematics, and statistics and law in collaboration with another department of our school. In particular, in order to bridge the gap between labor market and university, the department offers a master degree in innovation and international management. Last year, we conferring the honorary master degrees in innovation to Tim Cook of Apple. And during this course, graduates acquire skills related to the use of new technology. In the next day, Cristina Mele will tell you something about it. And finally, from autumn of the next year, the department will offer a minor in space economy developed in collaboration with the Department of Aerospace Engineering. Our last two department is the Department of Law that has a strong tradition with a single cycle law course with an important innovation being the double degree with University of Grenoble. Its courses are divided into a common core of undergraduate studies and 2 years master course with different curricula. They are all characterized by a strong interdisciplinarity, and the department also offers a wide range of postgraduate activities, doctoral programs, and one school of legal, professional, and several training courses in various fields. And last but not least, the Department of Economic and Statistics that is called DISES, that offer a course in economics and finance. This program provides students with a strong foundation in both economic and finance, equipping them with essential tools for data analysis, model simulation, which are highly valued in both industry and academia. The curriculum offers a comprehensive range of graduate levels courses in finance, microeconomics, macroeconomics, mathematics, and econometrics. The Master in Economic and Finance, created in collaboration with Federica Web Learning, provides students with both theoretical knowledge and practical skill to pursue professional and academic career in the financial industry, public and international institution, and academia. I will have so much to say, but I'll stop because I promised Giorgio Ventre to be punctual. So thanks a lot, and thanks for your attention.
would like to invite to the stage the Dean of the School of Medicine. Thank you very much, Mr. Esposito, Professore.
Non so, i Teams stanno nei classi forse sotto. Devo comprare le classi, forse l'ho visto passare proprio. Mi spiace, sopra sta espose, no, ancora. No, scusami, no. Thank you very much. And I will not talk about research in School of Medicine because in the next days we will see a lot of experience in research that will be held on Professor Angela Zampella and Lucio Pastore. They will talk about all the big program of research at the School of Medicine. But I will show you the organization, the postgraduate offer and infrastructure of the School of Medicine, that indeed is one of the school most, that have been born when 800 years ago with the Scuola Medica Salernitana, and have been established as one of the most ancient school of medicine all over the world. And today, the organization of the School of Medicine, actually in the more recent organization that was made in February 2013, has the departments, 7 departments, starting from clinical medicine, molecular medicine, neuroscience, advanced biomolecular science, translational medicine, public health, and pharmacy. And there are the governing bodies with the president elected among the professor and the council that represent all the 7 departments inside medicine. And the degree programs of the School of Medicine have 3 different programs, from medicine and surgery with the 4 single-cycle master's degree programs, 17 degree years program, and 6 master's degree programs in health professions. Pharmacy has 2 single-cycle master's degree programs, 3 3-year degree programs and 1 master degree program, and health technology have 3 years degree and 1 master degree program in medical biotechnology. So as you can see, there is a very big program, degree program in our institution, and inside the medicine and surgery, as you can see, we have all along a lot of several programs going from master degree programs, that is medicine, also medicine with technology specialization, that is was born only a few years ago, in which we have a program, a master, single master degree program in medicine with the technology that have been along with engineering. That was taken about for for the evolution of technology. We started this. That is one of a few programs medtech in all over Italy. There are today there are only 3 programs in Italy that mix together medicine and technology and engineering to give formation to the students across with the evolution of technology. And also we have 17 different 3-year degree programs that include from nursing, obstetrics, orthoprothetic, and so on. And also then we have 6 master degree programs in health professions that starts from nutrition science, going through professional science, and also rehabilitative science, health professions. That is a very diffuse program all over the health organization. And regarding the part that was a pharmacy, there is the two single master degree programs, the pharmaceutical and the pharmacy, and we have also 3 years degree programs with the quality control, herbal science technology, and nutraceutical science, and the 2 master degree program, chemical and environment toxicology, and more recently has been established a new master degree program on cosmetic industry science technology, that is under accreditation, but it is very important because it's a mix between the programs that include including the academic with the technology partnership. That is one the vision of our university going through this kind of the program that will be improved all in the next years. And also then we have health biotechnology, that is 1 3-year degree of biotechnology for health, and 2 master degree program, medical biotechnology and pharmaceutical biotechnology, which there are very, a lot of research that you will see tomorrow with Lucio Pastore. From postgraduate offer, there are 20 postgraduate master programs, 10 Ph.D. programs, 12 advanced courses, 48 medical residency program, 3 dentistry residency program, and 6 non-medical residency programs. So these courses are allows specialized training in all the fields related to starting from basic science and applied medical, surgical, and dental science. So it's a very wide postgraduate portfolio that allow all the students to choose the right way and the specialization after our degree. So the PhD program, there are several programs, international program, PhD programs. There are up to 100 positions, starting from basic science with molecular medicine, neuroscience, and genomic, and going through clinical and translational medicine, pharmacologic medicine, and the PhD program of national interest. There are the more recently born RNA therapeutics and gene therapy that tomorrow with the Professor Zampella will be explained in the more details, and the system medicine. And as you can see also, there are several medical residency programs that are collaboration with all over the world center, and also here at Cornell, there are collaboration between our School of Medicine and with Cornell and with several other nationwide United States centers that collaborate with residency programs from our school. And we have also dentistry residency program, oral pediatrics and orthodontics, and non-medical residency program from microbiology and virology, clinical, medical genetics, and so on, with 6 different non-medical residency programs. So with giving a more wide programs of residency, that are not only going from health point of view, but also non-medical residency programs that are very requested all over the country. These are several examples of postgraduate education. We have like PhD programs. There is a program of advanced academic courses for students who want to obtain deep knowledge in a specific field of study that usually lasts for 3 years, and there are a local selection based on CV and preliminary test, and the structure is with the theoretical courses, research proposal, and dissertation. While the medical residency programs are in those programs, the postgraduate training program provide specialized hands-on training in the particular field of medicine, allowing the graduates to practice as licensed professionals. And the duration in this case is 4 or 5 years, and the admission is selection based on a national test that is very, very, more. It's not easy to enter those and those kind of residency programs. It's very competitive. There are usually the students takes also several years to enter in some specialties in some medical residency programs, and the structure is structured as a clinical rotation, hands-on training, seminars, lectures, and a workshop. Like the infrastructure, there's the campus. It's a campus surrounded by green. It's one of the largest medical campus in EU with a total area of 440,000 square meters with 21 buildings dedicated to all medical specialty and hosting more than 2,000 patients daily. It's well connected with the city, designed according to modern standards, and the aim is to promote exchange opportunities for teachers, researchers, and the students all over the world. And along with the rector, we are trying, to get more space to get international students to come. That it's not easy, and the infrastructure for postgraduate students have access to modern and fully equipped biomed, biotech laboratories, simulation laboratories, and advanced surgical rooms that are all over the campus with some simulation lab. This is one example with the dental simulation laboratory with the workstation student equipped with the dental unit, monitor, camera, and so on that give teacher workstation that are very more recently have been updated with new technologies that give all the students the ability and to use also some activities based on AI progress. And this is another example with the XR Lab with virtual and augmented reality to offer a wide range of teaching activity from moleculars, biotech lab, and the clinical application to all the students. This is another example with other facilities like surgery, microfluorimetry, cell biology, brain slice electrophysiology with the confocal microscopy and all the the more recent technology for a modern education for the students. And also this is another one, specialized tools for with the mass spectrometry and with the NMR spectroscopy. That is very updated one to give more the opportunity. This is on the Department of Pharmacy, directed from Professor Zampella, and this is some of international excellence center in the clinical research infrastructure inside the School of Medicine. We have a regional coordinating center for rare tumors, and this is from European Reference Network. This is very the Eurocan. This is very important in Europe. Then we have also the INATS, that is European Neuroendocrine Tumor Society, that going from endocrinology, diabetology, and andrology unit that coordinates the only INET Center of Excellence for Neuroendocrine Tumors in southern Italy. That also we have a phase 1 clinical trial facility that from oncology unit and Department of Clinical Medicine, that certified facility capable to provide a full range of early phase clinical research services, data management, and biostatistics. So the opportunity to have a very wide program in research. And this is the last example, that is a success story. It's Danilo Fiore from Naples to New York, Weill Cornell, back and forth, program for recruitment of younger researchers, Rita Levi-Montalcini, and was going from education time in our university, Ph.D. in pathology, and then postdoctoral associate in Weill Cornell Medicine, and then assistant professor at B, and now we're going to be associate professor soon. So it's what we want to have for our students, and hoping that the collaboration is also from having students from US in Italy, and not only students from US, from Italy to US. And our aspiration next year will be to have more well-established exchange program all over the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Esposito. And now we'll begin the fourth session that will conclude the morning's agenda with Professor Antonio Reditato, physics professor at the University of Chicago.
It's not only me, of course.
Elena April. Yes, Professor Kai Lee, I was professor in the Department of Chemistry at the University of Chicago. Yes, I'm doing it. Professoressa Elena Aprile, welcome. Professor of Physics at Columbia University, and Fernando Gomez Baquero, Director of Runway and Spinouts at Cornell Tech. E Michele Pagano, New York University School of Medicine. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I am a former alumnus of Federico II, so this gives me the title to talk here many decades ago. I'm a physicist. I'm now at the University of Chicago, together with Kai. But I would like first that my colleagues introduce briefly themselves, saying who are they and what they are doing. So, Elena.
Yes, Elena Aprile. I'm a professor at Columbia University for the last 40 years.
Hi, I'm Kai Lee at the University of Chicago. I'm in the Department of Chemistry in the Physical Sciences Division.
Hi, I'm Fernando Gomez Baquero. I'm the Director of Runway and Spinouts here at Cornell Tech. I'm a nanomaterial scientist. I have a Ph.D. in nanoscale engineering. And here I am both associated to Cornell Tech as Director of these incubation programs. I'm also a lecturer at the Johnson School of Business. And newly appointed, I'm the Translation Director for a National Science Foundation Engine, which is a federally funded effort related to lithium-ion batteries.
Hi, my name is Michele Pagano. I'm a professor at the NYU School of Medicine. I've been there for 28 years. Since 2015, I'm the chair of the Department of Biochemistry and Pharmacology. And since 2008, I'm also an investigator with the Howard Hughes Medical Institute.
Okay, so this panel, well, before saying what is this panel, let me say that university is all about teaching, learning, research, and interaction with the ecosystem where the university is placed. You think we should add something else?
Or should be.
Should be. This is the ideal word. So now, today, we will talk about the first part, which is teaching and learning. And if you want, training, which is a sort of somehow linked to the first two. I would start the first question to everybody saying that I would like to know what is your one experience, some notable experience that you would like to mention concerning the transatlantic cooperation in this field, which is high-level education. Okay, so certainly it would be great to talk about Italy towards US, or even better, Napoli towards US, or any kind of international collaboration about education. Okay, so I think this is our goal. I would like to start the discussion presenting a recent experience that I had in Chicago. Before I had this at Yale, but now we are duplicating this, I would say amplified to some extent in Chicago. There is a an organization in Italy, a non-profit organization, charity, which is called Onaosi. Some of you medical doctors might know what Onaosi is. Well, I'm somehow involved in the scientific committees of this association, and well, the idea is to fund students of the last years in medicine and hard sciences to spend summer of research abroad, notably in the US. Before was Yale, now it's University of Chicago. Please notice, the idea is to do research, not any learning, training, but just research. The past experience has been excellent. My colleagues at Yale told me, oh, how? Where do you pick up these students? They are great. They were Italian students going there, funded by this association, by this organization. Now we are doing the same. Yes, this is a very fresh news. We got funds to send 10 students to Chicago, and I look forward that this is very exciting. We will see what they will do next summer. So this is an example. Of course, we have good funding. We had a charity association which is supporting this project. This cannot be generalized, but we have to understand what are the elements that make this thing possible. We should not say that everything is fine. We know that many bright Italian students go abroad and they never come back. This is a problem of our university, of our society. We know that not so many students from abroad come to Italy, and this is also even worse problem. We know that the exchange of researchers, high-level researchers, professors, etc., it's good, it works, but can be improved. Well, maybe later I will say what I personally think, that we need to establish permanent bilateral channels through which we could have easy cooperation, okay? Napoli probably, Federico II probably could be a test bench. We should see. We have to talk now. We have here the rector. We have to see what we can do. But now let's come back to the original question. So please try to fast give your first experience about this bilateral cooperation about education. So Elena, you want to start?
Bilateral, no, I don't believe that much about that, because when I started, there was only unilateral. So I'm one of those who left Italy and Naples, and I never went back other than giving lectures. But two examples which come to mind. Personally, I've been trying always to encourage or to accept, I'm at Columbia University for a long time, and so Ph.D. students who are Italian, who come from Italy, and that's my way that I've contributed to this, preparing Italian educated scientists, in my case, to the experience of being in another prime environment. But one example, more recent example, is the Gran Sasso Science Institute. I run an experiment. My connection to Italy is very strong because I go back and forth from New York to Rome, because I run these dark matter experiments at the Laboratorio Nazionale del Gran Sasso, which is one of the jewels of our country among so many. And so Gran Sasso Science Institute, which has become now an established graduate school, has a program of forming graduate students in different disciplines. I care about the physics, but there are others. And these students are allowed through the program to spend a period of research abroad. And so a lot of them want to come to Columbia, to New York, and I've been part of that. And last year, another example, Columbia University has a wonderful present from the Italian Republic, which is we call it La Casa Italiana, but it's also a beautiful Renaissance palazzo, which was donated to Columbia a long time ago. is the Italian house, as we say. It's part of Columbia, and they sponsor a fellowship program, which I advertise to all of you here. Tell it to your best people, fellows in different areas, from history, sociology, medicine, a bit of science when you can. And so there is an established fellowship that you can look up, which encourages this exchange of people from Italy to do research in different disciplines at Columbia University. And so I was, since I know the director, so I was very, I'd say, instrumental in getting, of course, physicists to visit the Casa Italiana, and that enables a great exchange with other disciplines. Gianfranco Bertone, professor of physics in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, was visiting last year. And so these are two examples which come to mind, particular to this problem, and I can tell you how I would do it in the future.
Okay, the next question is about the future. Okay.
Thank you. So we look forward to welcoming the Italian students to our campus this summer as they immerse in the various laboratories to do their summer research. So at the University of Chicago, we do have presence at international global centers around the world, and our center, that is a European center, is situated in Paris. And so next month, we would be formally launching the opening of the second center of the University of Chicago, our Paris Center. And, you know, a transatlantic experience, most recently we have, is an establishment that has been worked out with CNRS, in which we have sort of research associate that actually will be stationed at the University of Chicago, as well as our researchers going into work on various areas. And this is not just limited to science. So currently, we just have this September, the arrival of two scholars. One is in the high energy physics area, collaborating also with Fermilab, and then the other one is in the humanities area. And so that is just a new burgeoning type of collaboration. And in terms of research and students, PhD student, we also have now supported for 5 years of exchange of PhD student between the two institutions, between University of Chicago and various institutions in France, whereby the collaboration is really sort of concretized by the presence of the exchange of the students between the two countries. And so having a center in Europe, we are open to collaborations, you know, with all the countries around, and we look forward to establish more formal relationship with Italy and have formal type of exchange to sort of promote and push the boundary of the various areas that we have mutual interest in.
Yes, thank you, Kai. What you said about the CNRS from France is very interesting, because they are starting to do now in Chicago something very similar to what Napoli, Bologna, and Sapienza have done here. So create a hub in Chicago, which could be helpful for the French scholars to come to US. This is very interesting. Fernando.
Yeah, so I'll talk about what we're doing in the framework of the work that we do with a translational partner, which is the Technion in Israel. Right? We have a long-standing collaboration, well-funded. It's called the Jacobs Technion Cornell Institute. And in this institute, we do several things. One of the, let's say, the basic ones is we have dual degree programs. And in dual degree programs, someone can actually get a degree from both the Technion and from Cornell by studying here at Cornell Tech. But the interesting thing about these dual degree programs is that we took the information system technology kind of / computer science program that we had. We didn't change it too much, but we made it very practical on application spaces. What we said is, the difference of this program is not going to be as much the curriculum as a whole, but it's going to be that these students are going to come and really focus on how to solve problems either in the health space, in the urban tech space, or in the media space. That's what we figure out it would work. Why? Because both health, media, and urban tech are problems that both of our countries have, right? Both of our communities have. So it just works well for both of them. So that's one part of the collaboration. The second part of the collaboration is we have a program called Mind State where we bring our students to Israel and we bring Israeli students, master's degree students, and for a week or a week and a half or 2 weeks, we have them immersed in problems. So the best one that has worked out is we have them work for a full week and a half in a hospital, and basically looking at every problem that the hospital has. And after that week, they have to come up with solutions for that. So it becomes very practical. It's research, but at the same time, they understand what are the problems of the hospital, what are the needs, what are the things that they're requiring. So these sort of immersion programs have worked out wonderfully. We've done it with our students going there, their students coming here. We've even taken both of students to Silicon Valley and do it in Silicon Valley, because we couldn't do it this year in Israel. So we actually took them to San Francisco to do it. So those type of collaborations have worked out wonderfully. And then the other one that, let's say a little bit more now post-grad, is on our entrepreneurship and postdoctoral programs. So in the entrepreneurship and postdoctoral programs, what we do is we scout people from that Israeli ecosystem, and from our ecosystem, we bring them to our program, and then that is something that happens after they finish their PhD. So usually for the Technion, and I think that this is the case for most universities in Europe, because I get this from a lot of different universities, there is really not a good path after the PhD if these PhD graduates want to become entrepreneurs, want to know what that is. So what we say is, give it to us, we'll continue to do that journey with them, but that doesn't mean that they don't build there or that they escape, their institution. On the contrary, we build together. Now this company becomes, the ownership becomes both Cornell and Technion. We both have ownership of it, we both have equity on it. When we get an exit, and actually it's just happening right now, I'm negotiating one as we speak, then we both win. And then a lot of these postgraduates, post-PhDs come back. And so this is another one where we do very interesting collaboration.
Very interesting. Michela, let's conclude with you.
Yeah, so let me tell you my experience. As I mentioned, I had a lab, I directed a lab at NYU. I can see my office actually from here. We are on the other side of the East River. And for 28 years, I had many Italians in my lab, some from Federico II, but also from other parts of Italy. The majority of them came as postdocs. So they come for a postdoctoral experience on average 5-6 years, after which they go back to Europe or they stay in the United States, they start their own labs, they become assistant professors. One of them actually just 2 years ago started his own lab here at Cornell. I have an ex-postdoc who is now an associate professor at Columbia, and so on and so on and so on. What I've noticed in the last few years is that less and less Italians tend to come here for their postdoctoral experience. They tend to stay in Europe, so Italians will go to Paris, London. They don't need, at least in their opinion, to come to the United States for their postdoctoral experience, which was almost a must, let's say, 20 years ago. I will encourage you to encourage Italians to come here for the simple reason is that, yes, they can do excellent science in Europe, but I think what they can learn here is the American mentality. So what I would argue is that despite the differences, even in language, between Italians and Germans or French, we are much more similar to each other than what we tend to believe. And when I came here, I realized that Americans work in a different way, think in a different way, and I think that that's what an Italian can learn from the United States. It's a different mentality that will provide, as we will say in Italian, una marcia in più. And Neapolitans already think they have one because they are from Naples, so compared to the rest of Italy, we already have una marcia in più. But if you come to the United States, you can acquire an additional one. So you will have your own roots, the Italian, Neapolitan roots, and you can grow American roots, and you will become much better, I believe, than having only one or the other experience.
Okay, you are already talking about the next question, actually. And let me say something. First of all, mobility is an asset. Mobility is not a problem, right? And any researcher or scholar, modern researcher, should have mobility. The question is that mobility goes through channels, and these channels should be as bilateral, bionivocal as possible, because otherwise it's not a real channel, okay? I say all the time that taking the case of Italian young people, students, postdoc, Ph.D. students, and even senior scholars, there is a big capital, a huge capital that Italy has produced, has created, and this capital then is donated to other countries, very often donated, in the sense that there is nothing coming back. This happens. Elena, you mentioned that, right? Now I say it's totally unrealistic to think that this capital can come back, but the interest of the capital can come, just with this, association with the economics. We have a capital, but the capital will stay there, but the interest can come. And the interest is a lot of money, it's a lot of resources, it's a lot of human investment. There are problems, yes, certainly, but I would like to know what is your advice, your idea, how to improve this, I can call the ecosystem of mobility, of high-level mobility. What can we recommend to stakeholders, which are many here? Elena.
Oh, that's so complicated. I was just thinking of my marching pew. I must have so many. Since I am Neapolitan, I went to Federico II. 50 years ago, I enrolled in that Federico II, but I didn't know all that history, you know. I learned a lot today. So how many marches I have? So, and then of course, I've been in this country for so long, so what can we, I think it's always a matter of connections, and what we learn in this country is, first of all, is the competition which drives success, and I see a lot less of that taught or lived in Italy. It's always too easy. There is no, I don't see the competition that drives me, that has driven my success. So I think we should teach our children, our students, that the world is a competing place, and they need to do the best they can, and it's not, they have to be the best, and they have to learn to be competitive from the start. And I don't know, in each discipline that you teach, at every university, that has to come in. And it's part of the American system in a way, because it was my surprise. One of my daughters, I have 2 children, my ex-husband is German, so we are here in this country, but Susanna comes back from school and she says, what you want to be one day? We heard all these little kids saying all the beautiful things. I want to be the astronaut. She says, I want to be the president of the United States of America. I say, where the hell does she get that? In school, like 3rd, 4th grade, right? I don't know how many of your children in Italy would come back home and say, I want to be the president of Italy. So what I'm saying is that it's in the air, it's in the system. But for me, competition, giving this competing edge, or teaching them before we encourage them and we empower them with a scholarship, with anything to cross the ocean and come here, they need to want that. We will never get these people to be the future player of this exchange without the competing spirit. And how to do that, I guess you don't teach, a lot of it is in ourselves. We are born with it, right? I'm a strong believer of that, but you also examples. So that is where the difference is. In the family, starts with the family, starts with the teacher. Huh?
You mentioned competition. I don't know if in Italy there is less competition or more. I don't know. But what I know is that all the people, all the students that I see from abroad, all the Italian students and postdoc and researchers who come to US, they compete very well. They perform very well.
Oh, in that sense they do. No, but listen, I was saying something else, you know. If I were not born with a spirit of a warrior, if I am at 23 years, I left Naples in my third year of the university, I won one of these prestigious scholarship, call it like that. My career started by going to CERN with a summer student scholarship. Today we still offer that. So I left, I was 23, I'm on the train station of Mergellina, my family is there saying bye. I end up in the group at CERN. The CERN is the European Center for Nuclear Research.
The group of Carlo Rubbia.
But if me as a 23 years old didn't have the competing spirit that maybe my mother taught me, because there's always a mother or a father figure in our success story, I would have not resisted that talent and yet dramatic person that was for me to liberate myself of Carlo Rubbia. It took me a life. But you know, I had to be strong. So at the same time, it is thanks to Carlo Rubbia that I am where I am, because you know, I learned the good and the bad from that master of everything. And we have to give opportunities like that to our students, to our young PhDs in Italy, to find Carlo Rubbias everywhere in the world and be strong enough to survive them.
Certainly, university, the mission of university is not just to create the top 5%, but it's to educate hopefully the 90% and give the instruments to start to enter a society and be productive and be citizens. Okay, so there are two different kind of missions for the university, but there is also not only the qualitative mission, but the quantitative aspects. Kai, what is your recipe?
Well, so like many of my fellow panelists, I too came to the US as a foreign student and stayed till now, so 26 years at the University of Chicago. And for me, coming to the US is sort of like, you know, a curiosity. I grew up learning in the Hong Kong system, and I just really like the liberal educations to be able to explore different things and to be able to do research hands-on and have experience in that. And so, you know, 40 years later, here I am. But, you know, you talked about competition, which is something that drives us. But I think, you know, on the flip side of the coin is collaborations. We are dealing with a lot of problems that the world is facing, global issues, that is not just affecting the US, it's not just affecting Italy, it's not just affecting Asia, but it's affecting everyone. And I think we need all the young, smart people to be working together to actually solve those problems. So as a university, I think now, with transportation so rapid, we are really training global citizens that would be able to go there and to take and tackle the greatest challenge that the world is facing. And I think we saw it very vividly during COVID, that together we can get to the solution of a problem faster than when we are doing it for ourselves. And so I think we need to encourage a new generation of people with this sense of curiosity and a sense of inquiry that is important, and is curious about other cultures and how we can work together. Someone mentioned before as a team, but also you contribute individually as well. And so I'm very, very hopeful that in the future, we will continue to have this type of exchanges, that our students would learn from being in Italy. An Italian student would come to solve whatever problem, be it quantum engineering or be it AI, and how to serve the humanities in various ways. So I think that is sort of my angle.
Good. Fernando.
Yeah, so I also came from an external background, Latin America. I'm originally from Colombia, and I've been here now 17 years. But my view on this is that the new generation of scholars is very different and has a very different experience, life experience, than the one that I had. I think when I was trying to reach the US, my mind was, I need to go to the place that has the stuff that I want, and this other place doesn't have it, right? And that's when you get to this idea that you leave, and then that mind is gone, right? I don't think that that's the case anymore, and we should start changing the definition of diaspora, or we should really talk about diaspora in the way that Armenians talk about it. This year I was in Armenia, and I was very interested in the way that they talk about it, because every single person that goes out becomes an asset for the country, and they know it, right? So they leave saying, I am now an asset for my country, and I have the responsibility. Not just that maybe I'll come back or not. I have the responsibility of giving back to my country, right? And I need to continue to maintain these connections, and I need to continue to give back. So if you think about I think we should educate people a lot more on this definition of what it means to get out and say, now you have a responsibility going out, and that knowledge that you'll have is so that you can make us better. Now, I also think that there's a new generation that doesn't mind coming back, and is actually quite happy about coming back. There's the family structure, the families are still there, and I used to be very skeptical about that. Why am I going to go back, right? Just because I miss the food? That's not a good, that's not a good thing. But people go back for many different reasons, and they like the family structure, and they like the quality of lifestyle, and so a lot of people are just mobile, and they love it, and I can come back and I can do it. To be honest, there's also, even though this is a great economy, there's not a lot of academic jobs, and so they might just say, well, I might just get a job, coming back home. So I think there's a different view on mobility, which I like. We need to encourage more this idea of diaspora. You're a diaspora that now has a responsibility of giving back. And in addition to that, we have these programs and connectivity and both support from both institutions. It just becomes quite natural that people start just going back and forth all the time, right? I would love for them to actually get green cards here so that they can go back and forth, right? I think that that's an important, the immigration part is complicated. But if they get a green card and then they get dual citizenship, the world is their oyster, right? It's fantastic. So that's what we need to encourage.
Okay, interesting, this give back, which is similar to what I mentioned before, the interest which can come back. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I'll be brief, especially because talking about the American mentality, soon will be dinner time in America. We have lunch very early. Okay, so it's we have lunch at 12 and dinner at 6, but it is important to give back. It is important to come here, do an experience, and sometimes to go back. What I would like to emphasize is that they need to come here also with the sense of adventure. So coming here shouldn't be only, my professor tells me to go there for 18 months in that particular lab so that we are creating a channel, creating a collaboration. It is also important to come here and with a sense of risking finding something new and coming, flying away from the nest without necessarily a mandate from the boss at home. So what I'm encouraging you is talk to your people and encourage them to establish, yes, collaboration that can create new contact with university abroad, but encourage them also to be adventurous and try by themselves. It's not difficult, these days you send 10 emails to 10 different lab directors. Many of them will reply and you will start an interaction. Perhaps you will start, I don't know, a summer experience, and then you can come back as a postdoctoral fellow. So going back to what I said earlier, encourage them to come here because it's a great experience. Encourage them to come also in a free manner, not necessarily through the channels that we want to create, that eventually will automatically, spontaneously create, but send them free. That will increase the possibility to create something new. And will probably make even a better experience for these young investigators. That's my take.
Okay. As you mentioned, it's almost dinner time. I think we should keep short. I would like to just add as a very quick last comment, saying that giving back, it's a good idea. Everybody mentioned that. But in order to give back, today, this morning I was talking to Giorgio about what do we need to give back? We need somebody who is able to receive what we want to give back, right? So, and this is not trivial, once more, it's a complicated question. And I don't know if you have any thoughts about that. Very fast, and then we have dinner.
Yeah, for me, I think you need to focus. So, one of the things that we teach our young scholars is to analyze data, analyze information, and then really give back your opinion on something with the objective of just improving it, right? And I think sometimes we end up being a little bit afraid of that, of giving that opinion back and coming back. Israelis don't have that. Israelis will tell you immediately what they think, and then they will tell you, I think this is how you do it better. And that's a wonderful way of working. I think that we need to teach more of our individuals to analyze data and then tell someone, look, I think this should be done this way, this should be done that way, this is the data that you have, because you're on this mindset of solving problems all the time. And you don't need to be 60 or 70 to be in that mindset of solving problems. As a young person, you go in, you analyze the data, you solve problems, and then you tell the person that is there, okay, now you have to make the choice and the decision on how to do it. But that feedback is wonderful. And what we tell people is that feedback is wonderful. I think that's the key, right? So feedback is wonderful, receive it and give it. It's wonderful. And that's just a great way of just giving back in general.
I think that is the fastest to University of Naples, Federico II. In my opinion, what you can do to help what he said very strongly, I agree with him. We need to encourage producers and not consumers. We see too many consumers and too few producers. How do we do that? So I think what you're doing is already wonderful, all these initiatives that I didn't know, but another one is the Federico II scholarship in this and that. I know money is short, but to encourage the best minds that you have at your place in different disciplines, you have a partnership with different places in the US and not just with Apple, which is great, but not just with startup, but maybe in the basic science, I would encourage that. I would like to see a specific fellowship named Federico II in physics in New York. It could be NYU, Columbia, and whatever else, Cornell, Tech maybe, I don't know, and that's it, that's my idea. That's a pitch for our magnificent.
So a lot of provocations, I think, a lot of ideas. I think this can be extended to senior scholars or to established scholars. Some Federico II fellowship, senior fellowship. Elena April fellowship.
I am the first.
If you put the money, they will be happy.
I have a medal of the president. I didn't put my medals, but I gave back to Italy, didn't I?
Okay, so I think Kayi, please, you want to add something? No. Okay, so I think it's really too late. Now we have to stop. Time for dinner. Thank you very much for coming.
Ah? È perché sono scure, ma forse anche le tue sono scure dal video tuo. Non lo so, hanno detto che è troppo buio. Non si vede perché lei...
Quanto deve alzare?
Quanto deve alzare? Le mie slide sono tutte nere, quindi non si vede perché sono immagini dello spazio. Sì, si stanno dice che dormo, va bene che devo scherzare. Penso di sì. Perché? Perché sono tutte scure, quindi... Ma noi giochiamo così, infatti,
Non vanno, vero? Oggi ti sto stupendo, vero? Buon pomeriggio e bentornati. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, welcome back. We will now present the fourth session of the day, which is research at Federico II, at the University of Federico II, and Professor Maria Felicia De Laurentiis, astrophysics at Federico II, will be presenting When the Invisible Becomes Visible.
Okay, are you ready to explore the most fascinating object of our universe? Tell me yes, of course. Okay, let's start with this video. We start here from a view of Atacama Large Millimeter Array based in Chile, and we go through the center of M87 galaxy, and you can see now how when we are approaching to the galactic center, we see at a different wavelength how is the galaxy and the center. So we go through in the radio wavelength. Here we are in the optical, infrared, and X-ray, and now we culminated in first visual direct evidence of a supermassive black hole and its shadow. So now let's go closely, just only 25,000 million solar light year from us is our galactic center, the Milky Way, and it's amazing because here we can see again from the optical wavelength to radio wavelength how is our galactic center. You see a lot of stars, and again at center you will find a supermassive black hole and its shadow. So what we have here, oops, sorry, I don't know why, what happened. Here there are our main results. On the left we have M87, which was released in 2019, and we captured a compact radio source, and as you can see we have like a disk, bright disk emission ring, and with a diameter of 42 microarcsec. Let me tell you that this is, on the sky, is an extremely small size, It's like to have an orange, the size of an orange on the surface of a moon, because they are extremely far. This one is 55 billion light year away from us, very, very far. And inside this ring, there is a supermassive black hole of 6 billion solar masses. Very, very big object. So in 2000, oops, what happened with this slide? I don't know. Are not working. Oh my God. Does it work something? I don't know what happened. It's going. Yes, I'm trying to use this, but it's skipping. No, are not automatic. Let me go here, presentation, transition, so. Transition, or the transition, I think so. Oh my God. I think so. Okay. Done. I think there are these two. Okay. Additionally, in 2021, we were also able to show the polarized image around the supermassive black hole M87 that tell us how the magnetic field behave around the shadow of a black hole. And on the right, we have Sagittarius star, as we saw before, is our black hole with a slightly teeny larger diameter of the shadow. It's just 52 microarcsec. And inside this ring, there lies a supermassive black hole of 4 million solar masses, very small with respect to M87. Only this year, we were able to show in January another image of M87. Let me stress that the previous image were taken with the data of 2017 using the observational EHT observational campaign, and we observed a 1.3 millimeter. I will explain later why we are using this wavelength. And in this year, we were able also to show another image. There is a difference that tells us, we confirmed what we saw in the 19, that all is compatible with Einstein general relativity, but there is one thing. We say that the black hole is rotating, and as you can see, the bright spot is moving of 30 degrees, so this is a confirmation that black holes are rotating. And again, this year, we were also able to show how the light is polarized and how the magnetic field is working around a supermassive black hole. So these are our main results. And as you know, these are the first visual direct evidence, because many other colleagues, they saw the black hole, but in an indirect way. So we were the first to demonstrate that black hole, you can see the black hole and you can go very close to the event horizon. So, before starting, let me tell you that this result is a synergic result. Is a combination of an effort, hard worker of many scientists. I like to show this picture because it was taken in 2018. Before we released it, we decided to share our result to the community. As you can see, we were all smiling, because after many years, we were at hand, we succeed. But there was a problem because all people, all scientific community, they were expecting to see our supermassive black hole, Sagittarius star, but we were unable to show this picture, and fortunately we had a backup and we had M87. We decided just to show the first one, M87, that is not our black hole. I will explain, if I have time, why there was a problem with our black hole. What is Event Horizon Telescope Consortium? We have 13 stakeholders, mainly are from US and North Europe, and we have also 3 members from Cornell University, and plus we have 18 institutions, because single members also are inside, but we need stakeholder people because they put money and allow us to work. Now we reached almost 300 researchers, and let me just highlight that Federico II play a key role in this collaboration, because I am in the management, so I will take care of all the collaboration with the project director and the other project scientist and the operation manager. So we have University of Leiden, the Arizona University, and Academia Sinica, that are the pivotal people running this big machine, a wonderful machine. So I think you know what is a black hole, so I don't have to explain a lot, just I will say that is a region in space-time where the gravitational pull is so strong that anything, not even the light, can escape. And is just a direct consequence of the Einstein equation in vacuum, let me stress this. So the peculiarity of this object is the event horizon. So we have a imaginary surface, because it's not a real surface. If you fall inside, you don't realize that you are crossing the event horizon. Is the point of not return. So black hole in general, for definition, are black. So you can ask me, how do we observe them if they are black? Yes, but there are two interesting ways to see the black hole. One is observing surrounding object. And our colleague, Andrea Goetz, Reinhard Genzel, they did for many years, they were observing a star, a cluster of stars located very close to the center of our galaxy. And in particular, they were observing this star, the orbit, the yellow orbit, that is called S2. They tested also prediction of general relativity, and they understood that at the center of our galaxies there was a big mass with their instrument. Infrared is impossible to see, so they got a Nobel Prize, but in this case they had an indirect presence of this supermassive black hole. So this is one part, is far to the black hole, but you can understand and see how the orbit are perturbing, how the black hole is perturbing the orbit, and you can find the mass, the spin, and other observable of this object. There is another way, the second way, we used this, observing the light and shadow. The mechanism is the same. We are using geodesic motion. In the first part, we are using test, so massive object. In the second, we have light particle, massless particle. So we are observing the shadow. What is the shadow? The shadow is created by all the particle, light particles that are falling inside the event horizon. And what happened to the black hole is they are accreting matter a lot. The matter become, the temperature of this plasma become very high, and they emit radiation, so we can measure with our instrument. And here, the important thing is this bright ring, this is a photon ring, is like a fingerprint of a black hole. And if we have this in the data, we are sure that there is a black hole. So it depends on many things. It depends on the mass, depends on the position of the observer. So the inclination, as you can see in this other simulation, you don't see all the dark spot. And we are not seeing the black hole, because the black hole is contained inside the black part. The black part is the shadow, because the black hole are like a lens. They distort and the light, because of the gravitational field, and so we can have this big black spot. Just to give you an example, just another video is more easy to understand with video. This is just a simulation of M87, and the peculiarity of this black hole was that in general the black hole has also this big fuel here, that is the jet, and the material that they are accreting around. But what we did, we were going deeper and deeper, so you can see the path of all the light particle, And as you can see, many particle goes inside the black hole and the other are around. So the shadow and the bright part is composed of the particles that are going inside and the other that are just going around the black hole, are not captured and emitted radiation. So what do we need? Not an iPhone, not like a machine, not a normal telescope. And the problem is another one. To just measure and go far, what we need. The radio telescope are working in this way. We need to have to measure the angular size, but to measure the angular size, we need to have the wavelength and also like technology, or let's call diameter. No? We are using this antenna, the parabola. You saw in many movies, Jodie Foster was searching the extraterrestrial people. We are searching black hole, are similar. So what we need? We did a calculation, and we realized that to go at a smaller wavelength, so 1.3 millimeter, where the gas around the black hole is rarefied, it is transparent. Just our idea was to see the vicinity, of the event horizon. We realized that we had to should be to have a big sensitivity, we need to have a big radio telescope. This means to have a radio telescope with a diameter larger as the diameter of our Earth. So it's impossible to construct like an instrument like this. So we were smarter, and we combined many radio telescopes around the world using the very long baseline interferometry that can help us in just searching black hole. So we are using the rotation of the Earth, so we can have a bigger angle. And the nice thing is that if we have just a couple of, a pair of radio telescope, we draw in this we call UV coverage, is just a virtual diameter that we use later to reconstruct, do the Fourier transform. I don't want to enter in the physics because it's complicated, but to give you an example, if I connect one and one, I will have like a small ellipse, and more radio telescope we connect, better is of course the image, no? And it's like when we want to write a symphony with 2 notes, it's impossible to write a symphony, no? I have to write more notes, and this is working similar, no? If you see the video on top, no? If we have 2, we don't see all the image. If we add more and more, of course, the image will be better. And we are also putting more other telescope also in the space. Okay, this is like roughly what is the Event Horizon telescope. And let me tell you that this instrument is so precise that we have an error of 1 second every 100 years. So are very, very precise instrument. After we took the data, we do the analysis, we calibrate the data, but there is, of course, we need to do physics. To do physics, we need also to write many code, because at hand we have to match what we measure with the theoretical side, no? It's just not a picture, it's something more, and we are like running many simulations with different configuration of a black hole. We change temperature, electron temperature, we change rotation parameter, we change also decide to have not black hole defined, for example, by the Einstein theory of gravity, or you can change many things. But there is another thing that it's very difficult. All these simulations are done not only in general relativity. We need this horrible word, general relativistic magneto-hydrodynamic plus ray tracing. So ray tracing, we just trace the path of the small photon, plus we have to add magnetic field, so hydrodynamic, and gravity. It's very complicated, and we need a supercomputer to do this. It's not like easy. Also, it's beautiful to see. Now, when we have to interpret it, we had the first result, we were happy, fine, but our goal was to find Sage star because it is very close to us and is our supermassive black hole. We can use to test general relativity, so to put prediction on Einstein theory. And we did some interpretation and also comparison between M87 and Sage star. What happened? Why we were unable? I said we released it in 2019, the first image, and the second in 2022. So after many years, because the two black holes, also if you see the donuts is similar, the black hole appear in the sky as like a similar configuration, there was a problem because Sage star is smaller, about 1,500 less in mass with respect to M87. So what means this? That is very rotate very fast the material around, so there is variability, and there is another problem because M87 is out of our galaxy, so we can observe without have any problem, only the atmosphere. In the case of Sage star, we are in the same galaxy, and we are of our galaxy is a spiral galaxy. We are on the arm of one of the arm of our galaxy, and means that we have many things between us and our black hole. So we had to redone all our code to understand how extract the image and understand what happened. It's like, to give you an example of what happened, is we have like a old dog seat and we want to take a picture of this dog. It's fine, it's easy. And we have like a young dog, and the young dog is outside of our windows, it's raining, and there are other stuff on the window, and he's moving, he's playing around, and we're trying to take a picture, but it's impossible. So was very hard. I'm simplifying the problem, but it was very hard to understand and to find the picture. So at the end, because I don't have a lot of time, and Professor Mora said to me to be fast, the final thing is what we saw. It's important here, just I put it, Einstein was right. Many people told us, no, Einstein maybe since the gravitational field is strong, many physicists are using black hole to test black hole to also find a combination between quantum mechanics and gravity. It's a good laboratory to this. And maybe in this object, all the physics can be broken. And so many people said, no, maybe you don't confirm Einstein, but for the second time, third time, I have to say, we confirmed all the prediction of Einstein relativity. Also, if the two black holes are different in size, in mass, as you can see, in M87, our solar system is contained. You can imagine how big is this object and beautiful. And Saggiae star is contained most in the orbit, just to give an example, the Mercury orbit, no? So is small with respect to MT7, but what we were able to demonstrate that Einstein was right, because independent of the mass, independent on the fact that the black hole are accreting, you know, in a different way, they are in a different galaxy, and means that the black hole they don't have the same age. We were able to confirm the general relativity. Just I will leave with this video to give you like a brief summary of what happened if we have an astronaut and we are close to the black hole, and we want to see what happened in the vicinity. With a telescope, a good telescope, you can see M87 black hole, the jet, because it's very, very long and is amazing. So this is one of the things that we are doing at the Department of Physics. I'm training students in doing this kind of simulation with the magnetohydrodynamic and other interpretation of gravity. And just I have a video, I skipped this because this is the future. We are working on many data, and we are also putting many other radio telescopes. And the idea, we have a NASA mission now. This is called BH. And it will be a radio telescope on the sky, so we will reach more high sensitivity, and maybe we can really see very close to the event horizon of black hole. And just I have another slide that is from the other department about volcanology. At Federico II we are doing many things. Okay, stop here. And I will leave the floor to who is the next one. You told me that I have to be fast. I tried to be fast. If you want to know more about this, I am free later. We can talk. We can talk, and I can explain you what we are doing.
Thank you very much, Professoressa De Laurentiis. Thanks for the moment of magic. Now we'll have Professor Paolo Netti, Professor of Bioengineering, and he will be presenting bioengineering approaches for medicine and global health. Thank you.
I will use this one. Very basically, what we are trying to understand better is that interface between two languages. This morning we learned the languages of the knowledge, and there are two words, the synthetic word and the biological word. The distance, the wall between these two words was very solid up to 25 years ago. But now this wall is becoming thinner and thinner as more the biology integrated in the synthetic world and the synthetic world integrates in biology. Today we can learn, and we know enough information about the biology, and we can almost teach the biology in doing operation for us. Now it's becoming an engineering science beside the analytical science that we all know. And the future, we already have some indication, will be that there are some biological entity that will work in our machine. And we will have neurons that will drive our computers, and we will have some machine working biology, like micro and nano robot that are working in the biological domain. So this is what is becoming, and what we are doing, we are trying to understand better the biology and trying to instruct the biology in performing some operations that are good for us. For instance, realizing biological tissue in vitro. Instruct the stem cell in this case, the point is not working, but extracting stem cell, putting the stem cell on a nano pattern material. This nano pattern material contains information that will be transferred to cell, and cell will execute this program and realize a piece of tendon. So a piece of tendon, human tendon, that can be realized in vitro just provide instruction that you encode within a surface, and this cell will read this instruction and will perform the realization of human tissue in vitro. You can expand this concept, making large piece of human tissue in the lab, and this is what we have done. We have done like 10 years ago. This is a human dermis. There is no exogenous material here, so it's just human dermis with no scaffolding material, no exogenous material. This material has been produced by a cell. It's all endogenous. This is an equivalent of human dermis that you can treat in the lab. You can stitch it because it's alive, and you can work on it. So the idea that I want to convey is that we know enough of biology to instruct the process of morphogenesis in vitro. Realizing piece of tissue, and this was done several years ago, and we got a European project like 2002, very crazy idea, making leather jacket in vitro. So not using animal, but trying to make leather jacket in vitro. Seems crazy, but in 2004 we filed and we were granted the first patent on the possibility to realize leather goods in vitro without using animals. And this is what we have done, realize we have done like 2004, 2011, 15, a family of patent with this technology. There is a company close by in Brooklyn called Modern Meadow. This company, it was founded like 2011. It produced exactly the same thing, but the first patent was 2004 from University of Naples. The possibility to extract biology and provide new goods, open new way, maybe will be the next production wave, because you can produce material. Because you extract not only cell, but you can extract bacteria. You can extract bacteria to produce goods, produce material that can be sustainable because they are intrinsically sustainable. They are produced, they are generated, they are not extracted. So new generation of material, this is a startup, sorry, this is a startup in Naples called Biological Material. And they are producing cellulose-based material to produce goods like similar for molten metal. This is a work that they are doing also in the Made in Italy PNR project. Then, from this first success, we realized very simple tissue, human tissue in the lab. We were like challenged in produce something more complex, like more complicated tissue, like organs. So those are the collection of the tissue that we realize. I have to declare my conflict of interest here for hair follicles, since I'm losing some hair, so I'm doing this also for help myself. And so this is a generation of hair in vitro. This is completely in vitro generated hair, so you can realize and produce hair follicle or hair in vitro. This is a skin that is not just a skin, but is innervated skin. So this skin has a touch in vitro. So you can touch, you can, it has some sensory system encoded with it. And I will show you some result on that. Also vascularization, some phylogenesis for intestine, for gut, or for lung. So you can realize very complex human tissue, and not only human, also animal tissue in vitro. And this is what we have realized. This is a library. Why we do this? Because we want to, of course, help people making spare parts. This is very evident from a clinical. But not only that, I would like just to present what you can do. Actually, you can go much more behind the biology. You can have something that is very useful. And this is just for grafting of this tissue. We demonstrate that it is very convenient to have this graft because they are easily innervated, they easily vascularized. What I would like to show and share with you, possibility of using this technology to realize a human tissue library to make a human experimental assay. You know, one of the big limitations is that we test the drug or therapeutic approach by using animals. But with this technology, we can skip the animals. We can avoid the use of animals because those pieces of tissue, they are humans. And we can test the drug on this piece of tissue. And actually, we can replicate a biological twin of a patient by putting all these pieces of tissue within a microfluidic device and having a human body on a single chip. And that's what we are trying to do. We are realizing lung on chip, like our lung that is within a chip, interrogate this as an assay, or a gut on chip, or microbiology on chip. I will show you this. The possibilities are very wide because you can test any kind of drug in a human equivalent scheme. And then you can put them all together to realize a full human body on a chip. And you can interrogate that it is not a human body, it's me on chip. It's my twin on a chip. You can play around, you can test the technology. I will just show you some few examples of what you can do with this technology. You can have like aging on a chip. You can make what is the possibility to age your skin, like by UV light and everything. And then you can measure the aging, the real aging on a chip in vitro. And then you can use the measure to reduce and control the aging or reverse, hopefully, the age. And this is wood dealing on a chip. This wood dealing, you cut the piece of skin in this case. You can replicate all the model or the process that are involved in wood dealing, and also the scar formation. Scar formation is a big issue in the clinical, also in the cosmetic plastic surgeon, scar formation. This is something that I put in this slide because we are also helping colleague from the agritech. Instead of having the human microbiota on chip, by realizing intestine on chip, we use the same technology to realize some insect on chip, the gut of insect on a chip, in order to study the pesticide, the effect of pesticide on the microbiota of an insect. So it's very flexible technology, can be used on several things. This is an example of pain on chip. Can we measure the pain on chip? One of the big issues in clinic is the pain. We don't have any drug for pain, actually. Can we do something for pain, to study the pain? This is skin. It feels pain on chip. So you can measure the electrical stimulus here when you just put some mechanical insert, because those are somatosensory system integrated on that in vitro built skin. So you can test the mechanical pain on a chip, and then you can measure those are actually the measurement that we have, that these electrical measurements are the measurement of a pain of that skin on a chip. Again, neuromuscular junction, we are doing this in another PNRR, is the one in neuro technology. And in this case, we realize the neuromuscular junction. So there is the way that the nerve system can actuate the muscle. We realize and we replicate the neuromuscular junction, and we can see any problem, any disease linked to the neuromuscular junction, such as sarcopenia. Here we are realizing this with the Fit4Med rob, that is another project that is a very large project. This is the idea of integrated an exoprosthesis, not using a mechanical actuator, but using a synthetic, quote-unquote, muscle that can drive that prosthesis. So a muscle is realized in vitro, and the muscle is adopted by the central system. So this muscle that is fabricated, biofabricated, is connected to the brain, and this muscle will drive the exoprosthesis. So everything is integrated in the logic of, again, a work that we are doing with the National Center of RNA Technology, and we are using this for assay sample for measure the transfer of RNA or DNA within the tissue. Just the last slide. I came in the United States like more than 30 years ago. That time I was in Boston, and what we were doing there is trying to understand the penetration of a drug in a solid tumor, macromolecular drug, large molecular weight drug in solid tumor. And I was trained to use animals, like mouse in this case, with a chamber on the back, and measure the diffusion coefficient within that chamber. Today we can do in neighbors exactly the same thing, but without using the animal, because that chamber replicates exactly the human tumor development in vitro, but without the associated mouse. With this, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thanks a lot. And now we have Professor Lucio Pastore. Welcome. Professor of Clinical Biochemistry, and will present translational research in biotechnology. Thank you.
Okay, I will just try and tell you a story, and I'll try to be as fast as possible so we can save some time. So I want to just mention how there have been ideas that have evolved and are actually carried to some relevant results in translational research in medical biotechnology. Of course, the main driver is always the education. We're in the university. And we have had the second medical biotechnology master program in the country, and we have 150 students every year enrolled. We have to say that the average in Italy is 40 students per year. So we're by far the largest medical biotechnology course in the country. Students in our course are required to spend 1 year in the lab to complete their graduation thesis. This is very relevant because master graduates make excellent PhD candidates. And we have plenty of doctorate programs. We have doctorate programs in molecular medicine, medical biotechnology that complete actually their research path, but also a number of residency programs in the School of Medicine. And Professor Esposito mentioned it this morning, that there are alternative paths that lead them towards more, let's say, healthcare-focused jobs. Around 40 years ago, Franco Salvatore, who was my mentor at the idea of change, who actually was built 20 years, took just 20 years to go from the idea to the building. And this was an idea that, in my point of view, is fairly unique. Why? Because basically, there were a lot of people assembled in the institution with many different, not only research projects, but technological expertise. And we, in the institution, there was also strong focus on diagnostics. The focus on diagnostics actually was inherited by our association with the Department of Molecular and Human Genetics of Baylor College of Medicine, where many of us have been trained. And we do a lot of diagnostics over there, talking about neonatal screening for metabolic disorders for Campania region and Calabria region, but also pre-implantation diagnosis soon and neurodevelopmental disorders. Why it is relevant to combine different areas? Well, basic and applied research can lead to excellent molecular diagnostics because the development of very good technologies is in place. And having molecular diagnostics run in this public institution basically turns back into basic and applied research. In fact, we can have actually revenues reinvested in translational research. Basic and applied research can also lead to the development of therapeutics, and also therapeutics can lead to more applied research. So this was basically a virtuous circle that allowed us to do a number of things. The other thing is that it's relevant, basically, diagnostic revenues are, let's say, recycled, reused. Mostly are from the national healthcare system, so they're public money. And public money in this case do not go to someone who actually cashed them, but they're used again to produce some research. And therefore, in this way, basically, it's almost like they're used twice. Education of undergraduate students, technicians, and residents, it's very good if you have an excellent molecular diagnostics environment. But also, keeping local expertise on relevant technologies. It's relevant, and we actually all understood that with the COVID-19, where basically in Italy there was even lack of masks, face masks. Keeping the relevant technologies, it's important. Someone would say, we can basically have NGS outsourced to other companies in China, and you would pay a lot less. But then we would not have people trained on NGS technologies, and we will not have excellent scientists who do bioinformatics on NGS technologies because they're not familiar with the technique. And also, obviously, the scientific production, it's relevant in this case. So the additional basic and applied research can lead to graduate programs and also to advanced technology platform. Why? This was another idea at the very beginning. Everybody had a different technological expertise. And so everybody put the technological expertise to start a platform, a facility. This facility was clearly very relevant to attract a number of companies who decided to put their lab at Change, because basically most companies now outsource everything. So if you have a number of technologies that you can use in a research center, you can just put a simple lab with your core technology and have all the facility, all the technological facilities present at Change, do everything else for you. And in this case, there was a long time ago, actually, this was when I came back from the States, at the very beginning of Change, another Napolitan scientist, Riccardo Cortese, who decided to invest basically most of his, basically he got all the patent from Merck for this chimpanzee adenoviruses, chimpanzee adenoviruses that were identified at Change with the collaboration. It actually was a splendid moment from my lab, because Merck was heavily funding my lab to find this chimp adeno. Some of these have had not too much luck recently with the COVID vaccine, but they were the same chimp adeno, basically. And with this chimp adeno, Riccardo Cortese founded Okairos. He developed a vaccine for HCV and a vaccine for what was that? For another main relevant disease that actually led to the acquisition from GSK, which was actually the largest exit in biotechnology in Italy in history. So, and also from Okairos, there were two companies that stemmed out, Reitera and Nuscom, that are actually at Change now, and they're doing their research over there. So basically, Okairos was sold, but we still have two more companies that are the daughters of Okairos. They run by Alfredo Nicosia and other colleagues. So aside from this story of success of Riccardo Cortese, that actually had the idea of using this chimp adeno to make vaccines, we have a number of other startups and projects that Change that actually came out from our research. One of these is Elysium. We've had a lot of funds in the COVID-19 period to try to identify diagnostics and also to identify therapeutics. And actually, Elysium, that is a company founded by Professor Massimo Zollo, has developed a nose-throat nanospray that actually prevents the infection by COVID-19 and also body. Another startup in which I'm actually involved is Chimera Bio, that is involved in the development of chimeric protein for therapy of metabolic diseases. I'll show you this one because I'm more familiar with this. Basically, we developed this protein that contains the extracellular part of the LDL receptor fused to transferrin, and basically combines the LDL, and even in homozygous FH patients can go into the liver, the LDL can go to the liver through the transferrin receptors, and we actually found out that it worked very well. We got the cover of gene therapy, and now we have a new version that is in which the protein is produced by the muscle, and it works very well in mice, and actually Chimera is now being funded by the Extend Fund from Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, and so as a new life, and it's been, and we are now doing the de-risking of the project to go towards a phase 1 clinical trial. Other startup, the Big Lab, which I'm almost involved in, its development of platform for immune cancer therapy, and also for basically development of vaccine with a number of platforms, not only viruses, but also bacteria, spores, and another type of platform, liposomes, and so on. And Vareval, which is a company, which is a project from Professor Mario Capasso, who developed the software for the interpretation of variant when you do genome analysis or exome analysis for molecular diagnostics. And I'll skip the next two slides, and I'll just to mention that among the things that we do in the Depict Lab is the identification of other determinants of the success of immunotherapy, and we found that basically peptides from bifidobacterium are actually can immunize against melanoma. So there's a protective effect of bifidobacterium against melanoma. And future development are obviously having specific agreement with the official startup incubator, and I'm looking at Giorgio, for medical biotechnology. Also agreement with the early investment funds, and these three are agreements that are already in place with the Claret Ventures, with the Indaco, and with Extend, and they're actually funding our biotech, our startups. So it's not just on paper, they're actually, we've got money arriving from these funds. And obviously scouting medical technology, translational products in our geographic area. We hope to have more and more projects also from other institutes to just improve what we can do in the Naples area, just not only what we can do in Federico II. We are going to launch a CRDO, a contract research and development organization startup for external projects, so we can basically have a more, we can have more revenue exchange from companies. And also, Professor Zampella, with the Center of RNA Therapy, is going to work on the small-scale biomanufacturing for pilot project. Change, but she will talk about it tomorrow in her presentation. So just to give credits to the people at Change, I'll just put all the people who are actually working there, and I hope I didn't go too far and didn't take up too much of your time.
Thank you very much, Professor. And now we have Laura Lieto, Professor of Urban Planning and Vice Deputy of the City of Naples. She will be presenting Napoli and Federico II, a city-based perspective on research in planning, architecture, and community design.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for...
I am afraid that is not working. I'll give you this one.
Do I need it? Can you hear me?
I need it better this way. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us in this session dedicated to research at Federico II. And I will address the issue of research in the specific perspective of planning, architecture, and community design. I'm a member of the Department of Architecture myself, and I teach urban planning. And I will focus on the mutual relationship between Federico II and the city. So my point is to emphasize how the specific context not just provides ground and inspiration for scholars and practitioners working in these fields, but also how the university actually shapes the context, acting as a policy decision maker with a relevant role, especially in the field of urban regeneration. So rather than providing a comprehensive illustration of our research program at the Department of Architecture, I'd rather describe the mutual relationship between the university and its environment, in which research is no longer confined within the walls of academia, but comes into action within policies and programs that are shaping the future of Napoli. So just let me provide some background and fix a few key points about how universities enter and become active part of the city in which they operate. So in their relationship with cities, universities can be understood as anchor institutions. The term anchor recalls locally embedded institutions, in our country typically belonging to the non-governmental public sector and interacting with other institutions. And these anchor institutions are of significant importance to the economy and the wider social political community in which they operate and are based. However, these institutions are of the city, not just in the city. While anchoring in a specific locality, universities are also nodes in global flows of knowledge and people. And so in their unique capability to bridge the local and the global, the specific context and the broader picture of top-tier research and education, universities play a strong role in how urban capital and cultural reputation can make a difference in the economic development of cities and regions around the world. As anchored institutions, universities also deal with normative questions about the need for academic practice to be of relevance to the place in which they operate, not just from the perspective of the economic competition. This is what we call the third mission, which is about making research available to communities striving for social change, fighting against inequalities, and seeking to innovate governance relations. So researchers, this argument was addressed by the rector this morning, researchers who benefit from the opportunities in cities where they operate ask themselves, how can I give this back? So the material body of our 800 years old university is deeply entangled in the urban fabric to such an extent that boundaries between campus facilities and urban functions are constantly blurred. And the networked, distributed nature of our urban scale campus, which is quite the opposite of the typical Anglo-American cloistered model, provides a unique opportunity for research in planning, architecture, and community design to confront and engage in a multidimensional intersectional space. So what we usually call the interdisciplinary approach, in a way, for Neapolitans, it comes natural. So I will present a few examples of how this model of public university provides both the physical and cultural infrastructure to blur the boundaries between disciplines and spur research and social innovation in neighborhoods and communities. And all of these examples also illuminate the positive relationship between the university and the municipality. I find myself now in the quite unique position to be both an academic and serving in the public, in the city government. And so this positive relationship is conducive of a publicly led policy of urban regeneration connected to the role of higher education institutions as drivers of urban change. The first example that I want to make tonight is an interesting case of research in architecture planning and historic preservation, of course, as well as the largest regeneration program of the historic city that is being carried out by the city government and in which Federico II is one of the main partners. The city of Napoli is actually undertaking an ambitious project to restore and reactivate the historic Albergo dei Poveri. Literally, it means the Royal Hotel of the Poor. And that was the largest social facility that has ever been built in Europe in the 18th century. 130 million euros from the national program of resilience and I always call it resistance, and I don't know why, the PNRR, but in a way it's a matter of also resisting. Anyway, it's the Next Generation EU program, the Italian version, right? So it's a process of consolidation and regeneration of this building, and this program will breathe new life into this totally abandoned institution, reconnecting into the city and to its social, economic, and cultural life. So this is going to be a living lab for new ideas, social and spatial relationship. The vision for this building is for a dynamic hub for Napoli's young generation with permanent and temporary activities that foster innovation, training, skills development, and creativity, animating different parts of the building throughout the day, the week, and the year. And Federico II and its partner institution, which is Scuola Superiore Meridionale, is one of the anchors with the National Archaeological Museum and the National Library. You can see the organization scheme in this, the organization of these anchor institutions in this scheme. And all these institutions will aim to create an harmonious balance between continuity and temporary short-term uses, because part of the buildings are going to be available for temporary use projects. The contribution to such an upscale project comes from several of our research groups at the university, especially in the field of planning, architectural restoration, that has been very relevant. You can see a few images of how the building is going to come back to life. These are images of the public library, and these are, I like these rooms, these are the rooms of the new dorm of the Scuola Superiore Meridionale in the building. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And this is an overall image of the complete restoration of the building. The next case I want to make is about an urban hub that not only respond to educational strategies of Federico II, but are also meant as drivers of socioeconomic regeneration of segregated neighborhoods in the city's outskirts. There's been a lot of talking about San Giovanni this morning, and so this is a really good example of institutional cooperation between the university and the city government, of course, when it comes, especially when it comes to urban regeneration policies that are based on the propelling role of science, ICT, and technology innovation. So this case is interesting because it bridges science and technologies with urban development and urban regeneration and social regeneration of a deprived neighborhood. So San Giovanni Tech, I decided to call it San Giovanni Tech in my presentation. I don't know if the rector agrees about it. But we are Cornell Tech, so we are at San Giovanni Tech, right. So this is a semi-cloistered campus built in one of the old working-class neighborhoods in the eastern city. Once the venue of the largest oil plants in the urban region, the neighborhood faced massive industrial decline in the 80s with consequent social change, increasing depopulation, and urban decay. And in the same period, large public housing estates built to accommodate homeless families after the big earthquake in 1980 were located in the area, increasing social segregation and marginality. The new campus that opened in 2016 is based on a brand new formula for Napoli. It's a smart R&D ecosystem for tech companies and academies for specialized education, designed as an open campus well integrated within the urban fabric and purposely relying on the neighborhood as for collective services. Strategically speaking, this campus has no cafeteria inside, no services inside, and that was a choice just to, improve the relationship between the university community and the larger community of the neighborhood. Since its inception, San Giovanni Tech has worked as both a highly attractive training program for students and companies all over the world, but also as a game changer for the neighborhood, paving the way for other companies to come in and make investments on other rundown industrial buildings and attracting new population, especially international students, that are rapidly changing the demographics of the neighborhood and its cultural reputation. A few steps away, you can see this in this image, the new regeneration program for Taverna del Ferro, which is one of the largest public housing estates in Napoli, funded with the Next Generation EU resources and carried out by the municipality, is being implemented with the construction of new apartment buildings, collective facilities, and green areas to accommodate a large community of low-income families that strongly identify with the new character of the neighborhood, which is pretty much driven by this idea of San Giovanni Tech. We've been talking also about this other example that I want to make. It's Scampia Medical School, which is a recently opened campus in one of the most segregated and marginalized neighborhoods in the northern outskirts of Napoli. The area, well known as Le Vele in Italian means the sails. You can see from the shape of the buildings in this aerial image. So it's an iconic architecture of the late 70s, designed to accommodate hundreds of low-income families coming from the inner cities, and it has become a long-term target of urban renewal projects trying to address the condition of extreme poverty, marginality, and illegality that affected the place for over 30 years, to the point that Le Vele became the main headquarters of drug cartels operating in the 90s and the early 2000s. The medical school, which has been designed by Vittorio Gregotti and Associates, in the early 2000, is a round plan building rising on the area where one of the 7 cells were actually built and then demolished. And this building and all of the activities and people breathing new life into a place once totally separated from the rest of the city has worked as an anchor institution around which the actual regeneration plan that the municipality is carrying out with resources from Next Generation EU has been developed. So we're going to do new apartments, services, collective facilities, and green spaces that will be built around the area, very similar to the previous example of San Giovanni. And also in this case, the community of residents strongly identify with the university. They feel like they belong to it. And as the director said this morning after the big accident the last July, when they moved out from one of the vele and they sheltered in the medical school, they felt safe. So that is a very important message that the university is actually given to the territory, the community, and the neighborhood. So these are images of last July, and this is one of the plans that we are actually constructing right now. The last example that I want to make is of a different kind, and it's about Piazza Garibaldi. Piazza Garibaldi is the place of the National Railway Station. And it's also the main entrance to the city for travelers, migrants, and commuters from all over the urban region. As such, Piazza Garibaldi is an extremely diverse environment where all walks of life get together and often clash in how they manifest themselves in public space, from street vendors to homeless people, business owners and residents, NGOs and welfare workers, you name it. It's a very vibrant, but also it's a very contested place. And it's the place actually where all contradictions and conflicts from our lifestyle and our democracy, they actually come to life and become manifest. But it's also an interesting place where all of the differences get together and you can see this multidimensional idea of the urban society. So to address these issues, after a few years from the implementation of a STAR architectural project of urban renovation that it was initiated by the National Railway Agency and the municipality and funded by the European Union, the municipality launched the first project of public-private co-management of public spaces to address issues otherwise too complex to be handled by municipal services only. So the project experiments the first publicly led constituency made of public institutions, private companies, unions, third sector agencies and cultural associations that is centered on co-design and citizen participation, as well as promoting a form of civil economy, essentially based on retails around the square, whose revenues are reinvested in public services such as cleaning, gardening, and policing. Federico II is among the main partners of this public-private constituency, providing the know-how and most innovative benchmark experiences to address the specific methodology of this innovative policy. To conclude, research in planning, architecture, and design at Federico II is not just drawing upon, of course, long-term traditions and schools within the academia, but it's more and more a field of engagement and active urban policy, where the boundaries between the academic and the political, the theoretical and the practical constantly blur into action, deeply reflecting the very nature of our institution, whose places are deeply entangled with the history of Napoli and ultimately with the city's everyday life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now we have the last professor of the number 4 session, Professoressa Cristina Mele, Professor of Service Innovation, who will present Smart Innovation and Action Research Pathways to Co-Creating Value. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Are you tired? It has been a very long day. First of all, it's very great pleasure to be here to celebrate this important anniversary, and I would like to thank Giorgio and Enzo for organizing this event. I'm sure it has been very demanding. My talk will be on smart innovation and value co-creation. I'm professor of service innovation at the university. I also have a great passion for innovation, and I share this passion with a group of scholars at the Department of Economics, Management, and Innovation, where we try to innovate education, research, and the third mission, or public engagement, as we want to call, as you can see with our robots and our students. And I'll focus on smart innovation related to the development of new solutions and new business model by exploiting digital cognitive technologies, known also as smart technologies, with projects ranging from artificial intelligence to augmented reality to blockchain, and also, of course, of social robots, or we can call also companion robots. Why they are smart, these kind of technologies? From one side, they can perform activities on behalf of human actors, so it's related to automation. But what I prefer is their ability to augment our capability. They can augment human abilities because they can increase our opportunity to access to new resources, so different resources, to extend our engagement, and of course also to widen our agency. So it's related to augmentation. But what I want to stress as a service researcher is that I'm interested with the colleagues at the department to address not only the hard side of technology, but to try to address that technologies are socially constructed and they are embedded in the social institution, the social practices, where, of course. So the idea is to look at innovation, not as a process within organization, also in an open network, but to try to understand this innovation as a texture of practices, whereas economic, cultural, social, and technological understanding and doings. But how we can try to understand what is smart innovation? What is the idea to relate technological developments with value co-creation? That is the really main point. Value co-creation refers to the ability of actors to come together, to collaborate with the aim to get mutual benefit. So it's the point that by exploiting smart technologies, actors can improve, they can foster the resource integration processes with the final aim, with the lasting aim also, to improve their well-being. Of course, well-being is a very complex concept with several dimensions and across different disciplines. I want to stress, because it's important when I show you the examples, the results relating to ongoing research projects, three main dimensions. That is the psychological dimension, the physical, and the social dimension. How to try to investigate this phenomenon? Of course, but it is important to participate in the game of publishing or perishing, but it's more important for us to produce impacts in the context we investigate. So the idea is to adopt the action research approach, where we work together with different actors, with the organizations, to bridge the gap between knowledge and application, and so to produce some consequences in the context we work in. Let me show three projects using social robots, or what we can call also companion robots. The first is related to Hero. Hero is a minimal design robot. You can see this shape. without face, so people can imagine what they want. It can emit about 19 vocalization of an infant baby, and the robot was developed specifically for the elderly. It is an international network with actors from Japan to the Netherlands, and our challenge was to try to understand the problems caregivers were faced, specifically during pandemic. The first project was carried out during the second wave of pandemic. And of course, caregivers had to perform a series of daily activities. So they had difficulties in helping care recipients and to develop, I can say, sort of pleasant activities. From the other side, these are pictures taken in the two residential homes during the pandemic. We can see that these people spend most of the day sitting with a lost sight. They, of course, suffers, I forgot to say, of Alzheimer, dementia, or other form of cognitive impairments. And what we did, simple the caregivers gave the hero to the care recipients, simply saying, "This is hero, can you take care of him?" So I will show you a video. These are the vocalizations of hero. Yeah, it's very touching. Let's try to theorize in a very simple way due to the time constraints. We can see that we observed that people started to play with hero also for hours. They started to give their children names to the baby, and also the hero was a tool to start conversations with caregivers about their previous lives. Not only, it was very difficult for caregivers to spur the elderly also to do simple exercise. They started to rock the robot and to move around the rooms. But what is very amazing, people used to stay alone in different sides and different tables of the residential care. As these other videos show, they move from their chairs, I can say they sit, they move together, and they started to play the hero together. They can do for hours. Let me show another project with the Hubby. Hubby is called also the teaching robot. It can adjust the pace and the content of instruction based on student performance, and it can engage, encourage. And another international project from Hubby has been developed by a US company, Development Robotics. And of course, we can see another kind of vulnerable actors, children. Children with difficulties specifically related to economic or social situations, contexts. So we can see that in this sort of social housing, they spend the afternoon, and the caregivers, the volunteers, try to help them to study or, of course, to support in some way, but they experience a certain level of monotony or anxiety or, of course, trauma. And of course, the aim of the caregivers were also to overcome challenges in social integration. So we can see the hobby was a tool to have their attention, to reduce agitation, because they started to study with the hobby and with, of course, the desktop application. But of course, it was a sort of a tool of aggregation, also to avoid the usual sedentary approach to study. You can see they have a lot of fun, also because hobby can reinforce through, I can say, give me 5 or let's dance or other, I can say, simple nudges, the attention and engagement of the children. And of course, it was easier for the caregivers, for the teachers in this case, to have a very productive way to stay together with the children. A last project. This is a project carried out with the pediatric hospital in Federico II with my colleague Ciro Esposito. And we use Pepper, supplemented by the software RoboMate. Also with the Anken University, we have a couple of Ph.D. students from Helsinki coming to visit Naples and help us with the project. In this case, it's a different context. We have children, they need to have a surgery. So the problem for the caregivers, also for the family, is in some way reduce the stress, the anxiety before and after the surgery. So how Pepper helps us, or helped us? First of all, Pepper entered in the room and started to play with the children. Most of them were in the bed. Also started to do games and also sort of questions. But of course also Pepper can nudge exercise, also have a sort of, I can say, interaction with the children. And of course it was very nice. You can see that the children, I can say, were completely enthusiastic where Pepper enter. And also we use, it was very nice during the Christmas, we use Pepper as a Santa Claus helpers. So it was a party and to celebrate. Different kind of robots. As we are very, I can say, we have a very great passion. Now we are working with Temi and Buddy, specifically in the one of the National Recovery Plan in Italy, the one of aging. Why so many? Because we think that technology is not one size fits all. So we are trying to understand different categories of vulnerable actors, different contexts, and of course how robots have specific capabilities that can help us with the final aim to improve the well-being of these actors. I want to say before that we can evaluate the overall impact of smart innovation. All the projects are still ongoing. This is why I told before it's not only a question of investigate, to carry out a research project, to have some results and publish papers. So it's really important because they use these robots in their daily routines. So we can detect positive impacts for the beneficiary, children, elderly, families, in terms of improved well-being, emotional support, increased engagement. Also, we have a reduction in the anxiety, isolation, and so on. But we have also positive impact for the technology providers because we work together with the technology providers. We are now at the third version of Hero. And of course, there is also a relationship with the hobby and not with, of course, Pepper, with RoboMate to try to understand how we can use these robots. And of course, a collaboration with the healthcare professionals. And of course, positive impact with the service provider, in terms of care homes, hospital. So to conclude, what I tried to do is to tell a story. We know that society is moving towards a hyper-technological and increasing connected scenario, but the real value is still in the human experience and ability of people. What I try to tell has little to do with technology, but a lot to do with imagination. That is the ability to create image relating to the future, to the reality. So imagination is related to our ability to exploit emerging technologies and to understand how we can use to improve our life. So the story is not simply a technology story, what we are trying to tell, to write at the Department of Economics Management Institution, but it's a value co-creation story. And this story we are trying to figure out an innovative service ecosystem with also new actors entering the scene to exploit, to integrate new kinds of resources, able to enable experiences for, of course, the actors. What is the role of university in this ecosystem? What is the role of Federico II? We can see that in all the projects, also my colleagues before my presentation, we can see Federico II as a sort of innovation orchestrator, connecting the dot of different actors, users, care homes, technology service providers, caregivers, and families. Not only, it has also a University Federico II promotes a wide debate on the plethora of legal, ethic, business, social questions or dilemmas coming from the emerging technologies. And I'm sure that we have a lot to do to research. I don't want to say for the next 800, but more or less. Thanks a lot.
Now we are at the session number 5 with a keynote. We have the Ambassador Maurizio Massari here with us, the permanent representative of Italy to the United Nations, who will be presenting a speech about the global dynamics at the United Nations, Pact for the Future and Beyond. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. Particularly delighted to be with you today. Federico II. I'm Neapolitan, so I'm particularly attached to the Federico II University and the university ecosystem in Naples, although I graduated at the Orientale di Napoli many years ago. So I've been here as a permanent representative to the UN since 2021, 3 years. And I'm going to entertain you a little bit on the topic of UN, multilateralism, maybe not very sexy topics, but still very relevant. I don't have any beautiful presentation as the teacher before. Next year, I will start from this point. Next year will be 80 years, 80th anniversary since the foundation of the United Nations. So it's certainly time for a checkup of this organization, which, despite all the criticism, remains the only global organization, the only global platform where all the member states, 193 member states, they meet, negotiate, discuss, and they interact on a daily basis on all the global issues. The rest, what we have in the world from G7, NATO, EU, BRICS these days, are all regional groupings, regional organizations, but only global organization is the UN, which is very much criticized for the fact that it has been unable to stop wars, conflicts, as you know. And this is certainly something we have to discuss. Certainly, the world has changed tremendously since 1945, and today the UN are confronted with a confluence of challenges as never before. We're talking about wars, conflicts, climate change, poverty, food insecurity, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. The Pact for the Future, which was approved in September, last September, is a very long document agreed at the level of heads of state and government, whose aim is to relaunch the multilateralism, cooperation among member states in 5 main areas. One is the sustainable development, second is peace and security, the third one is digital innovation and artificial intelligence, the fourth one is the engagement of the youth, young generations in the global agenda, and the fifth area is the reform of the global governance. This document was approved after 1 year of very tense negotiations, which demonstrated, even if it was not necessary, the many divisions, the polarization within the international community on all these topics. But it's good that it was at last minute approved, and now it's about the implementation, because only in the implementation, only with the implementation you can measure the real commitment of the member states to multilateralism. And I will focus on 2 or 3 key areas of this Pact of the Future, where the implementation is particularly important and at the same time particularly difficult. But before going to these 2 or 3 areas, I had to say that certainly any discourse on multilateralism has to start from the basics, from the respect of the UN Charter, which is the only document, point of reference which we have that can bring us together. Respect of this UN Charter, and in general, respect of international law and international humanitarian law are the preconditions for any discourse on relaunching, revamping multilateralism. And of course, as you know, the Charter was blatantly violated by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and we still live under this situation of violation of the Charter. And in other conflicts, including the one in the Middle East, we have certainly on a daily basis violations of international law and international humanitarian law. So we have to, first of all, to rescue these basics of multilateralism to save the UN and the multilateral system. But talking about the 2 or 3 areas of the Pact of the Future that are relevant to our daily life, I would say, and our security, one area is peace and security, where basically the UN are at an inflection point. The traditional peacekeeping operations they have no future because they don't have these operations in Africa in particular, the means and the mandate to fight against security challenges. So here the key is to empower regional organizations, in particular the African Union, to take care directly of these peacekeeping operations. But of course, they need to be accompanied with financial assistance, resources, training, capacity building. This will be a tremendous challenge in the coming years. But this is the trend. The second and main, where I will focus mostly priority is the economic agenda. The economic agenda is the Agenda 2030 of the UN, the 17 SDGs, basically everything from poverty, education, health, climate change, life below water, infrastructures, and so on and so forth. Now, this Agenda 2030 was approved in 2015, and it was approved in 2015 because 2015 was a different world. 2015 we had in fact the Paris Agreement on climate change, we had the Addis Ababa Agreement on the financing for development, a lot of multilateral successes. Then, and this is really an inflection point, 2015, after 2015, starting from 2016, everything has changed. We had the Trump, we had the Brexit, we had the pandemics, we had Ukraine, Middle East, all these kind of crises that really threatened and very much the multilateral system and brought us to a situation where we are now of extreme division and polarization. And in fact, I mean, the implementation of this Agenda 2030 lags behind big time. Only 17% of the SDGs are on track to be fulfilled by 2030. The rest is either basically stalling or even in regression. So we should ask ourselves why such a delay. And I would say there are two major causes. One is certainly the political, geopolitical polarization in the international community, above all the rivalry between China and the United States, but also the role of Russia, which has become a spoiler in the international system. So this, of course, these political divisions impact a lot on the implementation of the Agenda 2030. The second big factor is the finance. Where is the finance for the implementation of the very complex Agenda 2030? The finance is insufficient. Actually, the funding gap for the implementation of Agenda 2030 has been growing progressively, and now we have a funding gap which is $4 trillion annually. You could imagine how, in what situation we are now. And of course, we have a financing for development agenda, which is this Addis Ababa agenda that I mentioned before, which lists a series of sources for funding of the Agenda 2030 and the sustainable development. So domestic resources, public aid and cooperation, the ODA, private capitals, international trade, debt relief, all these kind of different areas. But in all these areas, the reality is that we did not have so far sufficient progress. I give you just an example, because I spoke before about the $4 trillion of funding gap. The ODA, which is the public assistance to development, reached an all-time high last year with 223 billion, which is peanuts compared to the 4 trillion that we need. The private capital has failed in terms of, so far, our expectations. Not sufficient private capital was attracted to invest in the Agenda 2030. The other source of development of funding could be what is called the domestic mobilization of domestic resources, so taxations in each and every country. But here, again, you have a big problem with the tax governance, efficient taxing systems, and even in African countries, and a lot of flows of illicit flows of capitals going out of Africa to other places. And then another problem you have is debt. Debt, you have basically half of African countries that are in debt distress, and they invest more, and they have to pay more every year for the service of debt rather than investing in health or education. So this is just to give you, a superficial picture of how complicated is this problem, to the point that the Secretary General Guterres of the SG of the UN has produced a blueprint, a platform for reform of the financing for development called the Stimulus Package for the SDGs, where he suggests a lot of different measures to be taken in 3 areas, long-term finance, short-term finance, and debt. But the implementation of these ideas of Guterres would require a sense of a shared responsibility and willingness of the member states. And here, first of all, I mean, the donors countries, the Western countries, are somehow on the defensive because we are not ready, we are not in conditions, we are not willing and not able to pay for the rest of the world. And emerging economies, such as China, India, and so on, China now is the second largest economy, the world's largest economy, they are not ready themselves to contribute to the implementation of this Agenda 2030. So we have a serious problem with the funding for development. There will be an important, as a follow-up to the Pact for the Future, an important process which will lead to a conference, F.D. 4, which will take place in July 25 next year in Sevilla, where we hope that some of these issues will be unblocked, but honestly, I see it a very problematic process, not to be solved in 1 year or 2 years, but it will take a long time. By the way, in this very complicated picture of the UN I'm describing, with the expectations of the global south, towards the global north, like us, which are far too high because we cannot contribute to the implementation of Agenda 2030 as they would like us to do, there's also another claim of the global south, to be better represented in the global institutions. This is actually one of the key chapters of the Pact for the Future, the reform of global governance. The global south, we're talking about, when you say global south, it's a very differentiated group of countries, but 134 countries, so 2/3 of the international community. They would like to have a better representation in the Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF, World Bank, and so on, which is not going to happen anytime soon, because the moment you open up space for those countries, of course, first of all, they should also contribute to these institutions, which is difficult for them. But you open up a Pandora box of problems, in particular the representation of China and the shares and quotas of China in the Bretton Woods institutions. And you know that, for example, in IMF, China, though is the second largest world economy, has only 6 and something % of the shares, whereas the United States has 16%. So they would like to have the global South's better representation in these institutions, and of course we are trying to defend ourselves, let's put it this way. By the way, Europe would be the first and main loser of any revision of the quota and shares in these institutions. And they would like also to have a better representation in the Security Council. And now I come to maybe to the last main point I would like to discuss with you. We have been negotiating this reform of the Security Council for ages, and we are in a situation where Africa in particular, but also the emerging economies like India and Brazil, would like to have some permanent seats for them in the Security Council. Of course, this cannot be accepted by a significant part of the international community, including us, Italy, because we don't see on the basis of what criteria you could, as an individual state, claim a permanent seat in the Security Council. So we don't have criteria set in the Charter of the UN. So, and to be elected for life as a permanent member would be kind of a negation of democracy in itself. So we also have this kind of conflict with emerging economies and part of the Global South around the reform of the Security Council. I will finish this presentation on an important topic which has become more and more relevant at the UN, which is also part of the Pact for the Future, which is AI, artificial intelligence. There have been a lot of discussions at the UN on how to create some kind of common standards for the artificial intelligence, acknowledging that the regulation of artificial intelligence is going to be, to remain, a national or regional level. You know, the EU AI Act, the American Executive Order on Artificial Intelligence, and so on. On that, I would say that a minimum of progress in the Pact for the Future has been made. It has been decided to create, first of all, a scientific independent panel of experts, like in climate change, to monitor on a regular basis the risks and opportunities of AI. And first point. Second point has been decided to create a mechanism of political dialogue, multi-stakeholders, not only governments, but also companies and civil society, on artificial intelligence, to explore the possibility to cooperate on that. There was also the idea to create an AI fund to support the capacity building for developing countries. Of course, the idea was not endorsed by the General Assembly. But the point, the key point on artificial intelligence is, of course, how to balance out the risks and opportunities, trying to avoid that artificial intelligence becomes another factor of division and of widening the gap between the global north and the global south. Actually, the countries of the African countries of the global south, they see potentially AI as an opportunity to jump a cycle of economic development. But, of course, this is in theory. In practice, it requires investments, infrastructures, constructions of data centers, capacity building, training, sharing of skills, and so on and so forth. And unless you have a commitment from the countries that are the main actor of artificial intelligence, and the companies even more, then the countries will be difficult to meet the expectations of the countries of the global south. So in conclusion, we have a lot of challenges. The Pact for the Future is an important document, but of course, the proof is in the implementation. Implementation which will be difficult, progressive, incremental, requires political will, shared responsibility, but it requires money. Money, and unless we talk about concrete money, I think we will never really address these challenges, and this will be the task for the months and the years ahead. But in an era without consensus, with also deep geopolitical polarization, will be difficult to create an environment conducive to cooperative multilateralism and shared responsibilities. I hope I'm wrong, but I have to be realistic. I'm from Naples, so I'm a realistic person. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Massari. And we are now at the last session of this magnificent day, session number 6, postgraduate education at Federico II. We have Professor Gaetano Oliva, who's the Dean of the School of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine.
Good afternoon. Came back to school. Ci vuole un supercomputer. Alle 4 finisce sì, così è stata scritta devi rifarlo. The Wi-Fi ended, so we have to
Yes. We are running with the
Good afternoon again. Just to give you a brief overview of our School of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine. It's the smallest of the Federico II University, just 2 departments, but very active school. We are small but very active school. 2 departments with 1 mission. And our mission is to make healthy people, healthy environment, and healthy animals. So in a concept of One Health. It is one of the oldest schools in Europe. We have some documents that established the school in 1846. because we have a very old department of veterinary medicine, 1798, and inside it was the first example of the school, and then in 1873 the Department of Agricultural Sciences was established. And here you can see the two historical locations. The main location, we are yet in this historical location, the Bourbon Royal Palace in Portici, 10 kilometers far from Naples for the Agricultural Science Department, and the monastery of Santa Maria degli Angeli alle Croci in Napoli for the Veterinary Medicine Department. We have 226 teachers, more than 3,000 students, 150 Ph.D. students, and 130 research assistants and lab and administrative staff. Obviously, our mission is the same of our university: teaching and training, research, internationalization, and the spread of our knowledge to the society, so the third mission. And in all these activities, students are always in the loop. So for us, students are the primary goal. What do we study? Obviously, agriculture, animals, food, food safety, food production, environment, health. And the new branch of sustainability with the sustainable agricultural system and with precision livestock farming. Here a view of the Department of Veterinary Medicine that has 4 degree courses, one first cycle degree in animal production technology and 2 in second cycle degree master, animal production science and production livestock farming, with a single cycle degree in veterinary medicine. And this course was recently approved by the European Agency for the Establishment of Veterinary Education for the high quality of our teaching. And what about the career opportunities? Because for veterinary medicine, it's clear that we are mainly employed in human, or better to define One Health, on the care and well-being of animals, on public health, and on environmental protection. But obviously also for the other courses, we have many career opportunities. I would like just to underline something like improve quality and quantity in primary food production, or plan organization and management of livestock farms, or new technologies applied to food of animal origin, together with economical strategies for food production. Because we are in a particular context, we are in Campania region, a region in which we have the 70% of the whole buffaloes number of animals. You can see here we have 300,000 buffaloes in the Campania region. You know that we use the milk of buffalo to make mozzarella cheese. It is one of the brands of the Italy all around the world. Another particular situation of the veterinary medicine department is integration with what we call integrated veterinary center. It is a very good example, the unique in Italy, of an integration between the department and the sanitary system, the veterinary sanitary system, to 7 3-year course of specialization, very important, for example, infectious diseases, that is always in One Health approach, or some master degrees, like a new in forensic veterinary sciences, and a continuous advanced courses. We have 15 one-year advanced courses in different topics. 4 international summer school, again, for studying land monitoring, ecosystems, or new technologies for supporting water resources, for a sustainable agriculture in all Mediterranean countries and the Middle East regions, or the biodiversity and bioindicators, and also the Mediterranean forest ecology. What about future objectives? Obviously, just one objective, to improve daily in our teaching, research, international and third mission. And this gave us some achievements to be continued, obviously. We have a Department of Excellence in Agriculture Science and many very good position in the ranking for international journal. Tomorrow, Daniele Ercolini, the Dean of the Agricultural Science Department, will give you an overview on the Agritech project, a very, very important project. And we will continue on the policy for quality assurance. For us, it's very important to establish day by day a good quality of our teaching and research. So I will wait for you in our school, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. And now we have Professor Andrea Prota, Dean of the Polytechnical and Science School.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is a privilege to talk to you, but especially to have Professor Painter as a technical assistant for the presentation.
It didn't work very well.
So we close this part of schools with the fourth school, the Polytechnical and Science School at the University of Napoli. This is quite big. We have 11 departments of the school, which actually group 3 colleges: the College of Sciences with 5 departments, the Department of Architecture, which is also a college, and then the College of Engineering with group 5 departments. Our school contributed significantly to the performance in the competition of the Department of Excellence. We have 6 Departments of Excellence in our school. You see them in the slide. And this was the first time for me where I collected the international offer of the school, because I'm president since beginning of September, and it was really nice to see everything together. As it always, I asked for 1 or 2 slides. They each one sent me 5 slides. But since we don't have yet the website of the school in English, I will keep the slides, because I think they will be also distributed. They will be available after this meeting. I will just go through very fast. We have and in this slide in my presentation, I will just present you the offer entirely in English. I think it's quite impressive. So all these degrees are entirely in English, so a student can enroll and take all classes in English. In addition to that, we have some specific courses in English, and they are not included here, so they are in addition. So the list of international degrees is: 1 is a bachelor degree in civil and environmental engineering. Then you see the other one, master degrees. The one in red is environmental and land planning engineering. Is in red just because it will start next September. So you see it's a very important offer entirely in English. I also reminded in the slide the fact that the bachelor in Italy is 3 years, and also the metric of the credits is different between Italian and US system. So I think when we will think about possible exchanges of students, we should take care of also of this. Because a master degree, our master degree, actually is a little bit longer than the US. But I think this could become an opportunity, because eventually a student could come to Italy just for maybe 1 semester, or just for the thesis, in line with what you said in the morning. If I go back 20 years ago, I remember someone in this room can collect this in mind. 20 years ago, we started our school with the first course in English, 1 course. And you see now what we have. Just a comment to the discussion you had here before lunch. I think now time is mature also to have a mutual exchange, because in the University of Naples we are attractive also for the laboratories and the equipment. I am one of the guys who came to US in the beginning of 2000, then came back. And I remember that at that time, the laboratories here were very impressive compared to Italy. Now, I think in all the school, in all the departments, we have a lot of laboratories and advanced equipments. You have seen some presentation before me. Tomorrow there will be other presentations. So I think it's possible to have a real exchange of students at different levels from Italy and US. And I had another thing. I think that this New York link could really be also a bridge with possible exchange with Latin America. At least from my perspective, this is important, because we know that a lot of students from Latin America can be interested. Of course, it will be not easy, but it's possible. So let's go through very quickly. So I will use the slide as background and just underline the main features of different degrees. This is the only bachelor we have, and it started just this year. We have quite a number of students coming from different countries. Now we start with the master degree. I think this is a nice example about why it's possible a collaboration. This is touch upon architecture and heritage, and we know that Italy on this is a reference country. This is a very successful master degree. Again, I will leave these slides for the records, so you can find also the study plan. But from this figure, you can see that there is quite participation of students from different countries. Of course, here and also in other cases, you will see that we are very attractive from Iran, Pakistan, and India. These are the countries where I noticed the major participation. This is biology of extreme environments. When you see extreme, we know that this is very much related to climate changes and how the biological part and astrobiology could be preserved with the participation also of international partners. Master degree on molecular and industrial biotechnology. This is, I think, very interesting because it's molecular and industrial biotechnology. We have a curriculum entirely in English. It's renewable resources on the right-hand side in the slide. And also in this case, there is a very good placement also for with international companies. Now we go to industrial bioengineering. Paolo Netti presented something yesterday. I think also tomorrow Professor Siciliano will be somehow related to this. But this is a master degree where we integrate biological principles with engineering tools. Here, this is the curriculum. Even in this case, there is a good participation of international students. You see the countries are mainly those I indicated, plus some others, like in this case, Hungary. Industrial chemistry for circular and bioeconomy. In this case, the focus is circular economy, which is another hot topic. Here you have a part of chemistry and part of bio, with the trainship also with experience in companies. Some figures about international. So we have students from other countries attending these courses. The Master in Data Science is run by the Department of Physics. Also in this case, enough students, about 170 of them come from foreign countries. We are discussing about this issue because probably the numbers could even increase, but we need to be ready to also to host a large number of foreign students. This is data science. Also before me, the artificial intelligence was mentioned, so the data science and data management, of course, is very important. And also in this case, there is an internship which in many cases lead to hiring. Design for the built environment. This is also nice. We try to build a competence about the products and services according to market conditions, enterprise culture, and innovative processes. We have two different curricula. One is on exhibit design, and another one digital design. And also in this case, you see there is large participation from different countries, as you can see on the map. Mathematical engineering, this is a typical school degree because it integrates mathematics and engineering. This is a course with it's a niche course with in this moment not many students, but it's promising, and I think also the contents are really interesting. In this case, we have a double degree. This is not the only case. This one is about the autonomous vehicle engineering. It's very important in the new generation of vehicles. You see a lot of multidisciplinary contents. Then we go to structural and geotechnical engineering. This is a master degree very focused on the competence about civil construction and geotechnical problems. We have even here a very good placement and participation of international students. And in this case also we have a double degree with Portugal, and we have an integration of this master degree with the one-year master program. The name is FRP++, funded by European Community with the other European universities. Transportation engineering and mobility. So here we go to again on the issue of new modes of transportation based on engineering and mobility in view of the sustainability. This is a degree with a lot of international students, 40 students per year, which is quite a good number. And in this case, there is possibility of integration with a large national project of the Next Generation EU on sustainable mobility. We are almost at the end. Quantum science and engineering. This is another collaborative degree within the school between Department of Physics and IT department. You see some photograph of the facility shown already in the morning. And then volcanology, you already saw a video about this. This is Professor Mora degree, his department. I think it's very appropriate that this is run at the University of Naples in collaboration with the National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology. Unfortunately, we are very expert about volcanoes in the area of Naples, and so I think this is a good place where to hold this. Last part, I just listed the master program and PhD programs in English. So this is another opportunity also for exchanges. Master program, one-year programs. This is the list of those that are entirely in English. And similarly, I did for the PhD programs. We have a very large offer. The rector this morning showed that we have a lot of PhD programs and students, but these one are those entirely in English. In addition to this, we have the others of the school, and in this case, we have some assistantship for foreign students. All this is possible because there are a very large number of international agreements. Some of them are a framework agreement, and then there are specific topics, maybe for the research activity, or we have a sector agreement signed by single departments. Anyway, the international relationship on research are very active. And very active is also the research within Next Generation EU. Our school, with 9 departments out of 11, are involved in this very important extended partnership. The acronym is RETURN, Multi-Risk Science for Resilient Communities under a Changing Climate. You check out the project on the website that is indicated in this slide. As you can see, in this project, the main risks are studies: water, ground instabilities, earthquake and volcanoes, environmental degradation, and all these risks are also studied within the cities or with respect to the critical infrastructures or within the historical cities. I'm at the end of the presentation, and I conclude with this picture. This is an installation, the school installation, to celebrate the 800 years in the building of engineering for Igrotta neighbor. This was born from a pool of, because students of the design course asked their colleagues, what do you feel is necessary in this building? And we realized a temporary installation with two main scopes. One is to allow them to sit. I don't know why. And the second one was to charge the computer and the cellular phone. Now it's dark, so you can imagine the people sitting. They were international students, by the way. This photograph, I think, is a symbol of our mission here, because that is a building which is a modern cultural heritage. Professor Lieto knows that you can not change anything in that building. And I think it's very similar to Federico II, because we have our history, but we need to adapt ourselves to the future. And in many cases, we need to find new solutions like the installation. Thank you.
Now, before I introduce you the very last guest of the day, I wanted to let you know that there will be an hour for a cocktail where we will be entertained. And thank you very much for being here, and I'll see you tomorrow again. In the meanwhile, Professor Amedeo Arena, Professor of European Law at Federico II, will present Exploration, Exchange and Engagement, the Origins of Italy-USA Relations.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I'm afraid that maybe somebody's helped set this up. All right. So as we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the establishment of our University of Naples here in New York, I thought it would be nice to ask ourselves, what are the origins of the Italy-USA relations? And well, one possible answer to this question would be the year 1524. So our university had already been around for 300 years, where Giovanni da Verrazzano was the first Italian, so to speak, to visit this area, North America, as a matter of fact, and even engage into contact with the local population. Another answer could be 1861, when the Kingdom of Italy first established diplomatic relations with the United States of America. But, of course, I think we can agree that Italy as a nation was born before Italy as a country. And so it would be useful to look at the pre-unitary states. And indeed, the United States first established consular relationship with the Grand Duchy of Tuscany in 1794 by appointing Filippo Felicchi as the consul general in Leghorn, in Livorno. And of course, that was followed by another consulate we are familiar with, the one in Naples, established in 1796. But consular relations, as a matter of fact, are a recognition of existing relationship between countries. And indeed, we can go a little bit backwards and have a look at this relationship, 1755-1764, between Pasquale Paoli and James Otis. So Pasquale Paoli was a Neapolitan by birth. He was born in Corsica, as a matter of fact. He was raised in Naples and was a disciple of Antonio Genovesi. And in 1755, he was able to declare the independence of the island of Corsica, because he felt Italian, and even to enact a revolutionary constitution. That constitution and the Corsica as the island of the constitution, the island which was able to declare independence, became, of course, a model for the people trying to fight for the independence and the rights of American colonies. One of them being James Otis, who in 1764 wrote a pamphlet on the rights of British colonies. And there is an interesting correlation there, because the Corsican constitution in its preamble declared that the very purpose of the Constitution was to ensure la felicità della nazione, the happiness of the nation. There is a similar sentence in Otis' pamphlet of 1764, and according to some scholars, this is what has inspired Thomas Jefferson in the very famous passage of the Declaration of Independence. By the way, that is the one at the bottom right corner is Thomas Jefferson's rough draft of the Declaration of Independence, which declares that there are some inalienable rights, and one of them is the pursuit of happiness. Domenico Cirillo and John Morgan, that's another interesting relations between the United States and Italy. Domenico Cirillo was a professor at the University of Naples Federico II. He was a professor of botany. He became a professor just a year after he graduated. Tenure track was a bit shorter at the time, I would say. And after that, he introduced Linnaeus' system in the Kingdom of Naples, and then he became professor of medicine. So he treated nobles, foreign dignitaries, as well as the court of Naples, the king and queen. He also treated the poor, and he treated them free of charge. And he became so famous that apparently a lecture by Cirillo was one of the must-see in Naples, in addition to the San Carlo Theater and the Vesuvius, which was erupting at the time. And Naples was indeed a very common destination for travelers at the time as part of their grand tour. And one of those intellectuals visiting Naples in 1764 was John Morgan, the father of American medicine, who probably visited that city and might have met Cirillo. So it is not surprising that when he came back to the United States and he was instrumental in establishing the American Society for Useful Knowledge, in the minutes of the meeting of 16th of January 1769, we find a reference to a letter by Domenico Cirillo thanking John Morgan for proposing him as a member of this society. However, and here is where things get interesting, if we look at the roles of members of the American Society of that time, we find no member by the name of Domenico Cirillo. The only Neapolitan member was Mr. Famitz of Naples, a very unlikely name. Carneade existed, Mr. Famitz probably never existed. There is no sign of him in any academy of the time or library catalog of the time. So what happened there? Well, to make sense of this historical mystery, we have to introduce Isaac Jamineau, which was the British consul in Naples. He was fascinated by the eruptions of the Vesuvius, and he sent a very detailed account of the 1767 eruption to John Morgan. So John Morgan, and he sent that account, and in a letter, and in the postscript read this. My family physician is professor of botany here, to whom this university is indebted for introducing Linnaeus' system. I think it's clear that this is the description of Cirillo. However, and this is of course my theory, what happened there is that John Morgan did not personally propose Cirillo as a member. He just handed the Jamineau letter to the secretary of the society, who, unlike John Morgan, was not familiar with Cirillo, and this poor fellow, looking for the name of the member that should have been elected as a member, thought he read Mr. Famitz, physician. Lucky, this story has a happy ending, because in 2023, the American Philosophical Society recognized the mistake and rectified for the very first time in its existence its membership role, recognizing Domenico Cirillo as its very first Italian member from 1768. And by the way, Cirillo was elected to the American Society 1 year before Linnaeus. So I think it's a kind of recognition of the international relevance of Italian university and academy of the time. Another interesting relationship is the one between Filippo Mazzei and Thomas Jefferson. This is different from the others because the two actually met. Indeed, Filippo Mazzei was a Tuscan medical doctor and winemaker. And he moved to Virginia for an agricultural experiment, that is to say, to plant vineyards there. But then he became acquainted with Thomas Jefferson, and he became, in a way, fascinated by the cause of the American Revolution. And here is another interesting story. In the autobiography of Mazzei, we find that he claims to have published an article in 1774 stating that all men are by nature equally free and independent. According to Lo Schiavo, there is an Italian scholar, that article was published in the Virginia Gazette of 1774 and was translated into English by Thomas Jefferson himself. So according to some scholars, it is indeed Filippo Mazzei that inspired the famous sentence of the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal. And finally, the relationship between Gaetano Filangieri and Benjamin Franklin has been mentioned already today by Professor Consiglio. So these two are indeed very famous Enlightenment scholars of the time. They got in touch because Benjamin Franklin was in Paris to negotiate the peace treaty with the British Empire, and the Neapolitan diplomat Luigi Pio gave Franklin the first 2 volumes of Filangieri's The Science of Legislation, this monumental treatise on how to reform legislation to seek the happiness of humankind. And Franklin apparently was interested. Even though he didn't read Italian very well, he found Filangieri's ideas expressed with great clarity and precision. And colleagues, I think there could be no greater compliment that our writings are comprehensible even by a foreigner. So Filangieri must have been absolutely delighted, also because Franklin was in his 70s, he was a living legend, he was the face of the American Revolution in Europe. Filangieri was quite famous, but he was still a young scholar, so to speak, a tenure track again, probably. And so Filangieri took at least 1 year to find the courage, the guts to write a letter to Franklin. He wrote his letter in August 1782, no reply, so he sent another letter, December 1782, and in January 1783, Franklin replied, thanking Filangieri and complimenting him on his interesting work on legislation, and telling that he was looking forward to reading Filangieri's upcoming volumes on criminal legislation. So the letters they exchanged, at the moment 8 of them were recovered, 6 from Filangieri to Franklin that are currently preserved in Philadelphia at the American Philosophical Society and Historical Society of Pennsylvania, 2 by Franklin to Filangieri that are currently at the Museo Filangieri in Naples. These letters, I think, are quite interesting, also because they follow an interesting convention. Franklin wrote in English, Filangieri replied in Italian, and the two, even without Google Translator, people apparently could perfectly understand one another. And these letters, like modern-day emails, they also carried attachments. Now, as the typical Italian academic, Filangieri only sent copies of his work, The Science of Legislation. Instead, Franklin also sent other attachments, the most important one being the one on the right, a copy of the American Constitution that had just been approved by the Philadelphia Convention, and the law professor in me has to point it out, it had not been ratified yet by the states, and at the time it was not certain that it would be. And yet Franklin sent it to Filangieri, but even though he sent it in the fall of 1787, the Constitution and the letter only reached Filangieri on the 1st of July 1788, no instant messaging at the time, when Filangieri was already in his deathbed. So this correspondence has sparked significant interest from scholars. Also, there have been 2 exhibits reuniting for the first time reproductions of the letters of Filangieri and Franklin, and these exhibits were actually set up at the Italian Consulate General in Philadelphia and at the Italian Cultural Institute in San Francisco. So what's so interesting about this correspondence? Well, in my opinion, it's not really about what's in the letters. It's what is beyond the letters. So if we take into consideration all of Filangieri's writings, the ones we are aware of, and all of Franklin's letters, private correspondence, publications, as well as his personal biography, we discover that there is an incredible, deeper correspondence, commonality of ideas and values. One of them being their commitment to public education. Indeed, Franklin is credited with establishing the very first educational institution that became America's #1 university, the oldest university, University of Pennsylvania. And Franklin placed a strong emphasis on the study of foreign languages. And so did Filangieri. He devoted an entire book of the science of legislation to the laws concerning education, where he argued that children from 5 to 8 should learn to read and write not only in their native language, but also in foreign languages, because this would be essential to ensure mutual understanding between people. And I think we can also refer to a more modern example of Italy-US relations. William Fulbright is famous for establishing in 1946 the exchange program that bears his name, that has allowed many Italian citizens who visited the United States for their studies and research and teaching, one being our rector, Matteo Lorito. And the very purpose of this program, of course, was to ensure mutual understanding and lasting peace between countries. William Fulbright apparently said, "I believe that having other people understanding our way of life and the way we think contributes to our security more than an additional nuclear submarine." And who is the one on the right? Well, Sofia Corradi was an Italian Fulbrighter who went to New York City, to Columbia, to pursue an LLM. And when she came back and went to Sapienza University, apparently Sapienza did not recognize that degree because there was no agreement. This is why Sofia Corradi thought of another exchange program that not only, like the Fulbright program, provides for a scholarship for students to go to other member states, but is essentially founded on one principle, the one of mutual recognition. This program is, of course, the Erasmus program. And there is another reason why I mentioned William Fulbright, also because the University of Naples Federico II has a community known as Fulbrighters Fredericiani, which gathers Italian Fulbrighters who are associated with Federico II and American Fulbrighters who would like to visit or have been at Federico II, Matteo Lorito being one of the founding members of this club, by the way. But possibly the forerunner of Fulfred is none else than Senator Fulbright himself, who in 1962 was awarded the honorary degree in law by the University of Naples Federico II, and that is the Aula Magna before the 1980 restoration. Thank you very much for your attention. I think we earn ourselves a drink now, right?